I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Mysterious Place. After retreating into the giant tower, Luo Hong saw Yuan Yao waiting anxiously at a bend in the passage. After the two met, they said nothing. Yuan Yao led Luo Hong straight to the depths of the first floor of the Zushin Inner Palace. After passing 7 or 8 forks, the two stopped. Luo Hong had reached his limit at this time. As soon as he dispersed the black dragon transformation and took back the Zhenhe pearl, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't need to look to know that the demonic energy around his heart had eroded his body more severely. What's more, in order to deal with Ji Yin's killing move, Luo Hong used the soul-stealing weapon spirit in the dazzling magic mirror, which shortened the time for the demonic energy to enter his heart by 6 hours. Maybe he would be in a better situation alone, but Luo Hong didn't regret covering for Yuan Yao. Just the fact that they walked so far on the first floor of the inner palace and didn't encounter a wolf-shaped puppet knew that it must have mastered the secrets of the Zushin Inner Palace. It was completely worth losing a little time for it. Brother Luo, take the pill quickly. Yuan Yao took out her medicine bottle again. Luo Hong did not refuse this time. The fight just now had already exhausted him. It would be unwise to continue to hold on. After taking 2 green pills, Luo Hong felt a warm current rising in his stomach, and the pain in his body was relieved. After half an hour of breathing, Luo Hong opened his eyes, looked at Yuan Yao who was guarding beside him and said, "Miss Yuan, thank you for your help." Luo Hong is fine for the time being. Brother Luo doesn't look like he is fine. Maybe you should tell me the truth. Otherwise, even if you are my elder, I will not continue to travel with Brother Luo without knowing anything. Yuan Yao said angrily, and even said back to Luo Hong what Luo Hong had said before, forcing her to reveal the truth about being hunted by King Gaiang sect. Before I tell you the truth, can I ask Miss Yuan why you are so familiar with Zushin Palace? I'm sure Miss Yuan has also seen that you and I have special purposes for entering Zushin Palace, not just to find medicine and treasures. Luo Hong stood up and said that he had protected Yuan Yao until now just for this moment. Yuan Yao hesitated a little when she heard this, but she was not surprised. She knew that Luo Hong had guessed something, otherwise the questions she asked would not be so strange. When she was collecting herbs in the Zushin secret realm, it was as if she knew everything. Although the fact was so, Brother Luo is still thinking about the purpose of entering Zushin Palace at this time. I'm sure what he wants is related to your current injury. Along the way, Yuan Yao has been saved by Brother Luo many times. Now is the time to repay him. Yuan Yao said this, flicked the storage bag on her waist, and a scroll was grabbed in her palm. Since it was taken out, Yuan Yao no longer concealed it and unfolded the scroll in front of Luo Hong. The scroll depicted a landscape painting with many ancient characters. Luo Hong took a quick look and recognized that it depicted the topography of the Zushin secret realm. Then, Yuan Yao cast a spell on the scroll, and the mountains and rivers on the scroll blurred into a mass, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a topographic map of a circular maze. I got this thing from a strange cave I accidentally entered when I was hiding from the King Gaiang sect. There was a corpse next to the scroll at that time. I don't know if he was an ancient cultivator who died in meditation, but I also got an ancient protective treasure from his storage bag. Listening to Yuan Yao's explanation, Luo Hong nodded slightly. His eyes kept scanning the scroll, trying to find a place like a secret door. Finally, his eyes stopped at the center of the circular maze. It was very strange there. There was a huge space in the center marked clearly, but the walls around it were tightly closed, and there was no passage to the center. Puzzled, Luo Hong asked Yuan Yao, "Miss Yuan, I believe you must have comprehended this map many times before coming to Zushin Palace. Is there any way to get into this place?" Yuan Yao looked at the place Luo Hong pointed to. That was the center of the first floor of the Zushin Inner Palace. There was no such strange place in the first 4 floors of the entire inner palace. She had also noticed it, so she immediately replied, "This place is mysterious. I once studied the method of entering out of curiosity. Brother Luo, please look here. Through this passage, you can reach a teleportation array. If my guess is correct, that place can only be entered through a teleportation array." Miss Yuan, what she said makes sense, but the wolf head and snake head marked on this passage should not be decorations. Luo Hong frowned as he looked at the blood red wolf head and the emerald green snake head on the scroll. Of course, that means there are ancient puppets blocking the road. It is said to be very powerful. Even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage will have a lot of trouble dealing with it. Yuan Yao sighed, put away the scroll, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Brother Luo, do we really have to go?" "We have to go, and we have to go quickly. Miss Yuan, this is Luo's business, you don't have to follow me. With this map in hand, I believe you will not encounter any danger in this inner hall. Let's say goodbye now. The road ahead is dangerous, and Luo Hong doesn't want to drag Yuan Yao into the water. He has just memorized the route, and the map in Yuan Yao's hand is no longer useful to him." "Brother Luo, what are you talking about?" Although Yuan Yao's ability is far inferior to Brother Luo's, the Kinglisi in her hand is still quite effective in dealing with ancient puppets. Yuan Yao opened her white hand and showed the 7 or 8 Kinglisi in her hand to Luo Hong. Luo Hong stared at Yuan Yao for a while, then nodded slightly and said, "I really need help at this moment, so I won't make false excuses. If that place is really what I'm looking for, I will tell you everything." Although the fight with Manhuzi and Jiyan Patriarch only lasted for a dozen breaths, Luo Hong's mana was severely depleted, and now he only has less than half of his mana left. Considering the fights that might happen after entering the inverted giant tower, Luo Hong must carefully calculate every bit of mana from now on. If he can use Yuan Yao's Kinglei easy to deal with the puppets blocking the way, that would be great. After reaching a consensus, the two advanced towards the target location. Because of the map in Yuan Yao's hand, they avoided the passages guarded by puppets along the way. An hour later, the two stood in front of the target location. As they crossed the boundary, a dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from the opposite side, and then the sound continued with a fixed rhythm, which was obviously the footsteps of a giant monster. Soon, a giant wolf puppet with a golden background and green patterns came out from the corner, and its huge body occupied most of the passage. Luo Hong had also comprehended the puppet sutra, so he was inevitably curious about this ancient puppet. So when the giant wolf appeared, he couldn't help but take a closer look, trying to analyze its structure. But Yuan Yao was not as calm as him. She snapped a green thunder seed, and then took advantage of the giant wolf's joints being damaged by the green magic fire and inconvenient to move, and offered the magic hammer magic weapon, and came up with a set of well-prepared hammering techniques. After a series of clang 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 sounds, the giant wolf's head and body were separated. Yuan Yao smiled triumphantly at Luo Hong. "Start moving. I can only try not to take leave these days. Everyone forgive me." Chapter 177. Dark Palace of the Void Sky. The strength of the wolf-headed puppet is roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early or middle stages of the Giant stage. However, due to its hard material and the special environment in the inner hall maze that is not conducive to the use of magic weapons, even cultivators in the early stages of the Yuanying stage find it extremely difficult to deal with it. Even if they can defeat it, it will consume a lot of mana. Looking at the broken puppet on the ground, Luo Hong's mind moved and put it into the Wanbao bag. "Brother Luo, these puppet materials have been refined by the ancient cultivators and can no longer be used," Yuan Yao said with a little surprise. "This is well known to everyone. This is an old problem of Luo. I always want to collect new things when I see them. Luo Hong must study such a rare thing as the ancient puppet. This is already a habit engraved in his silver runes." Continuing along the passage, the wolf-headed puppets that blocked the road appeared one after another. At most, there were 3 at a time. Luo Hong had to sacrifice the Zhenhe Pearl to quickly kill 2 of them. After that, the snake guard puppet that originally only appeared on the 2nd floor of the inner hall appeared. This 2-headed 4-armed snake-headed human puppet is far more powerful than the wolf-headed puppet. The pair of short spears it holds are quite extraordinary, and it has the upper hand in taking on Yuan Yao's magic hammer. Unfortunately, King Li's magic fire can cause great damage to it, making it less flexible from the beginning of the fight. Although it is very difficult to deal with, it did not cost the two too much mana. After breaking through 3 waves of snake guard puppets, the two successfully arrived at the location of the teleportation array. Luo Hong stepped forward and carefully checked it. After confirming that it was not a trap, he filled the teleportation array with new spirit stones, and the teleportation array suddenly glowed with white light. The two looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. They said nothing and stepped directly into the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, they disappeared. In a flash, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao came to a strange place. This place is surrounded by stone walls, and the walls are full of high-level restrictions unique to the Zushan Palace, which are enough to ensure that even Yuan period cultivators cannot break through the walls. The space here is very wide, but it gives people a crowded feeling, only because there stands a huge altar in the center of the place, with countless silver ancient runes and reliefs on it, which makes people feel simple and heavy. It's just an altar. Why is it so mysterious? Even my treasure map doesn't record the details? Yuan Yao was very surprised. She thought that there was a treasure comparable to the Zushanding hidden here, which made Luo Hong drag his seriously injured body and insist on coming here. Luo Hong did not respond to Yuan Yao. His attention was already attracted by the reliefs on the altar. The moment he saw these reliefs, he realized that he was not in the wrong place. This is definitely the entrance to the demon-sealed land. But the question now is, how to get in? The lower half of the relief depicts the battle between humans and demons, but unlike the shocking decisive battle that Luo Hong saw in the giant pit, the scale of the war depicted on the altar is much smaller. I think this altar should have been built before the giant pit, before the decisive battle. Although the reliefs give us a glimpse of the ancient cultivators' magical powers and treasures, Luo Hong is not interested in archaeology right now. He quickly moved his eyes upwards and saw a scene where an ancient cultivator was pressing many captured ancient demons onto the altar. Luo Hong's sight was too far to reach any higher. He fixed his eyes and did not dare to fly away from here. He followed the relief and walked up to the altar step by step. Brother Luo. Yuan Yao was surprised at Luo Hong's carelessness. After calling out to him and seeing that he still did not respond, he gritted his teeth and followed him. The altar was more than 100 feet high, but for the immortal cultivators, this height could be reached in a moment. When Luo Hong stood on the square platform at the top of the altar, he had already had some understanding of what to do next. The relief on the top depicted a scene of sacrificing ancient demons. Although the purpose was not described, Luo Hong could guess that it was probably related to the ancient cultivators summoning the power of the spirit world. Yuan Yao followed along the way and saw many reliefs, but she didn't know the reason, and she only took a quick glance, so she thought that this altar was just a place for ancient cultivators to show their bravery. Miss Yuan, do you know about the ancient demons? Looking at the circular array pattern in the center of the square platform, Luo Hong slowly spoke. The ancient demons are alien races that invaded the human world in ancient times. Why did Brother Luo suddenly talk about this? Yuan Yao had some ancient cultivator inheritances by chance, so she knew much more about the ancient demons than Han Lao Mo. Luo Hong nodded slightly. Since Yuan Yao knew it clearly, he didn't need to explain it. Walking to the center of the circular array, Luo Hong tore off his upper body clothes and said solemnly, Miss Yuan, I'm haunted by an ancient demon and my life is coming to an end. I have no chance of survival unless I enter the Dark Palace of Zushan. I know nothing about the dangers of the Dark Palace. Miss Yuan has helped me get here, and I'm grateful to her for repaying my kindness. Miss Yuan, please go back, now that the puppets in the passage have just been destroyed. There are all kinds of puppets guarding the inner palace, and the Dark Palace used to seal the demon must also have guards. Yuan Yao does not have a map of the Dark Palace, so if she wants to reach the depths of the demon-sealed land, Luo Hong must force her way in. To be honest, Luo Hong is not very confident that she can get through, and Yuan Yao does not have many King Lizi, so there is no need to drag her down. Before Luo Hong told the truth, Yuan Yao was already staring at his chest in a daze. I saw that there was an evil round mirror embedded in Luo Hong's chest. The flesh around the round mirror was black and soaked with blood, and it was bulging high, as if it was going to wrap up the round mirror. The meridians and blood vessels extending from the chest to the entire chest were all ominously black, and the strange black air seen earlier was emitted from them. Hearing Luo Hong say the 4 words ancient demon haunting, Yuan Yao stepped back half a step in fear. Yuan Yao's performance was within Luo Hong's expectations, and this was exactly the purpose of him taking off his shirt. Since he had successfully deterred Yuan Yao, Luo Hong no longer hesitated. He urged the magic formula, and immediately a demon arm grabbed the demon head from the black round mirror on his chest. Demon altar? Haha, this thing can communicate with the spirit world, but now the world has changed drastically, and it has long lost its magical powers. You want to use it to deal with me? You are just daydreaming. You'd better become my demon slave and help me open the passage to the holy world. When the holy ancestor shows his favor, you can also become a demon ancestor and enjoy mortality. As soon as the demon came out, he started to bewitch. Although he was tough and laughed at me, he seemed to be fearless, but Luo Hong still keenly felt that there was a hint of compromise in his words. His senior, I appreciate your kindness. Now, please lend me your demon blood. Luo Hong said coldly, and then drove his demon arm to smash the demon head hard towards the center of the array pattern. With a click, the demon head skull shattered, and black and red demon blood flowed out. As soon as the array pattern under Luo Hong's feet came into contact with the demon blood, it immediately reacted, emitting an evil red light, and actively absorbed the demon head's demon blood, allowing it to slowly fill the entire array pattern. The array pattern was dozens of feet in radius. To fill it, the required magic blood was not something that an ancient demon could provide. However, the immortal power of the demon head came from his original body, and he could not control it. Once injured, he would recover, which allowed Luo Hong to obtain a steady supply of magic blood. Young man, you will definitely regret it. The demon head kept shouting. It turns out that the flying head barbarian floating beside Brother Luo is the ancient demon. Yuan Yao muttered to herself as she looked at the strange scene in front of her. Although she was terrified, she saw that Luo Hong was clear-minded and even had the means to suppress the ancient demon, so she did not leave immediately. After a moment, under the magic power of the demon head himself, the array pattern was filled with magic blood, and the silver runes on the entire altar lit up. With a loud noise like an earthquake, the array pattern under Luo Hong's feet gradually blurred, and soon only a pool of black and red magic blood was left. After the magic blood trembled a few times like water waves, it turned into a dark light curtain. Luo Hong had already resurrected the demon head when the array pattern just changed, and he was slightly in the air. At this time, he was suspended above the black light curtain. Just as he was observing the black light curtain, a white light shot out from the altar and headed straight for Luo Hong. The white light was weak and did not look like an attack, so Luo Hong did not use the lightless shield to separate it, but reached out and caught the thing in the white light. When he took it in front of him, Luo Hong found that it was a milky white jade plate with only one word sacrifice on its surface. After being caught, it was quiet and seemed to belong to Luo Hong. Having had an experience in the ancient cave, Luo Hong immediately realized that this was a forbidden token that allowed him to go to some special places in the demon-sealed land. Brother Luo, these black air, could it be the legendary real demon air? Yuan Yao hurriedly stepped forward a few steps and came to the edge of the black light curtain. He looked at the rolling black air below through the light curtain with an excited look on his face. Luo Hong was stunned by Yuan Yao's dramatic change from fear to excitement, but when he thought that she was practicing magic, he immediately understood the reason. The magic cultivators in the human world did not practice orthodox magic. It was not that there was no inheritance of orthodox magic, but all orthodox magic skills required true magic energy to practice, and the human world only had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So after the defeat of the ancient demons, in order to continue to improve their cultivation, the remaining magic cultivators modified the orthodox magic skills and evolved them into new magic skills that could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice. The magic energy cultivated by the new magic skills is grey, much weaker than the black true magic energy, and has many more restraints. Therefore, only magic cultivators who can refine pure true magic energy can immediately increase the power of their own magic skills, and it is also very likely to break through the realm. The attraction of true magic energy to Yuan Yao is just like the attraction of Luo Hong's main spirit room to ordinary cultivators. The demonic energy below should be ownerless, but it is indeed extremely dangerous. Miss Yuan, please do not follow me. Luo Hong realized that the situation had changed, and frowned, and immediately persuaded. Brother Luo, Yuan Yao knows her own qualifications. She can cultivate to the stage of forming a pill, all thanks to the elixir in the storage bag of the young master of King Gaiang sect. If she wants to go further, or even break through to the nascent soul stage, that is a slim hope. Brother Luo also knows that Yuan Yao's real enemy is the old demon Sanayang. If she fails to become a nascent soul, she will eventually be hunted down by the old demon. In fact, Yuan Yao is the same as Brother Luo, and there is no way out. After Yuan Yao finished speaking, she flew to Luo Hong's side with a determined look on her face. After experiencing the murder of her parents in her childhood and the persecution of the young master of King Gaiang sect, Yuan Yao's desire for power is even stronger than Luo Hong's, which makes her willing to take risks. Well, since Miss Yuan is determined to have a baby, I will not dissuade her, but you must be careful when you go down. Luo Hong sighed, not caring whether this would affect the timeline. If he could not survive this disaster, there would be no future for him. He sent a stream of magic power into the jade token, and a circle of white light suddenly appeared, covering Luo Hong. Seeing this, Yuan Yao hurriedly pressed against Luo Hong's back, and entered the range of the light circle. The two of them moved their minds, and began to slowly descend together. The white light circle easily pushed open the black light curtain, and the two of them soon disappeared on the altar. In the light circle, the two of them could not leave their bodies at all, and the surroundings were pitch black. The light source above their heads also quickly closed after they sank. When the light completely disappeared, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao felt dizzy at the same time. After returning to normal, the two found that they had come to a bluestone passage. This passage looks exactly the same as the labyrinth passage in the inner hall, but it is not filled with spiritual energy like the inner hall. Instead, the spiritual energy is very thin, and the restrictions are strict. The two people's consciousness is tightly suppressed within a 10-foot area around them. Is this the interior of the inverted giant tower, the first floor of the void sky dark hall? Luo Hong looked around with doubt. On both sides of the passage, there is an iron door every 10 feet. The iron door is full of runes and restrictions, and it is obvious that it is something that should not be touched. The two approached an iron door and looked inside, and saw several corpses that were very different from the human race. Among these corpses, only one was slightly intact, and the others were all broken, as if they had been gnawed by someone. The two people understood at once that each iron door represented a cell, which once held the ancient demons that were captured for sacrifice. The cell was filled with black air, which was obviously the real devil's energy. Yuan Yao looked at it with envy, but she also knew that the iron door could not be touched, so she said nothing, and continued to explore with Luo Hong. After reaching the first fork in the road, Luo Hong found that this Zushan Dark Palace was a huge prison. Its structure was not a complicated maze like the inner palace, but a square tic-tac-toe structure. Standing at the crossroads, looking at the straight passages in front, behind, left and right, Luo Hong deduced that for a prison with this structure, the passage to the next level is most likely in the center. Looking at the jade card again, I saw a golden lightsaber on it, the same as the one on the Zushan remnant map, pointing to a specific direction. Because it pointed to the depths of the first floor of the Dark Palace, which was consistent with his deduction, Luo Hong decided to follow the lightsaber to see where it pointed. I don't know if there was a problem with the guard restriction of the Zushan Dark Palace, or because of the jade card. The two walked for several hours without encountering any danger. The first floor of the Zushan Dark Palace was nothing but silence. However, Luo Hong did not relax his vigilance. In addition to the restrictions left by the ancient cultivators, they should be more worried about the crazy actions of the ancient demons in despair. Luo Hong did not want to be bitten by the suddenly appearing corpse. I made a mistake in sending the leave note yesterday, so no one saw it. Sorry. Chapter 178 Free Flying Ants. In such a depressing atmosphere, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao successfully arrived at the place indicated by the jade token. There is a huge pit here, and the surface is covered with the black light curtain seen before. It is probably the passage to the next level. Brother Luo, it seems that with this forbidden token, our trip is likely to be safe. Yuan Yao saw the black light curtain and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her pretty face, which had been tense, showed a happy smile. Don't be careless. The ancient demon is not that simple. The calmer the Zushan Dark Palace was, the more uneasy Luo Hong felt. If it was really so easy to enter the lowest level of the demon sealing land, the demon head would have begged for mercy when I opened the entrance. There must be something strange in this dark palace. After activating the jade token to play a white light circle, Luo Hong concentrated and pondered for a moment, patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned thousands of blood puppet flying ants to protect them. After a familiar dizziness, the two were transferred to the second floor of the Zushan Dark Palace. Luo Hong's vision had just recovered when he saw a grey shadow rushing towards him. The grey shadow was incredibly fast. Before Luo Hong could react, he swung out his palms with a trembling body. His arms seemed to have no bones, so that when he swung his arms, they looked like long whips or poisonous snakes. In an instant, the grey shadow attacked 5 times in a row, smashing all the blood puppet flying ants in front of Luo Hong. At this time, it froze for a moment, as if it was exhausted. Luo Hong's mind moved, and thousands of blood puppet flying ants pounced on it, and in an instant, they gnawed the grey shadow until only its head was left. Despite this, the grey shadow was still alive, roaring he and trying to attack. Although this grey shadow had no flesh on his cheeks, and was as thin as a skeleton, the pair of small horns on his head alone could make people judge its identity as an ancient demon. At least, it was an ancient demon when it was alive. Brother Luo, what is this? Yuan Yao looked at the grey head that still had a fierce look on his face, and couldn't help showing a look of fear. If this Luo had attacked me just now, if Brother Luo hadn't sacrificed the spirit insect, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by this Luo's sneak attack, or even died. Ancient demons that have been made into corpses are different from the corpses of today, and are generally called wild corpses. Luo Hong explained with a frown, while looking at the iron gates on both sides of the passage. As expected, most of the iron gates have been opened. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes, and suddenly kicked the head of the wild corpse towards the nearest iron gate. With a dong sound, the forbidden rune on the iron gate lit up. As soon as the head of the wild corpse touched the iron gate, a flash of white lightning flashed, and the head of the wild corpse was immediately split into ashes. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao's faces sank. The grey-skinned wild corpse was so fragile in front of the iron gate's restriction, so it must not be them who opened the iron gate. After the two looked at each other, Luo Hong summoned more blood puppet flying ants, but unfortunately the consciousness could not leave the body for more than 10 feet. Otherwise hundreds of thousands of blood puppet flying ants would come out together, and no matter how many wild corpses there were on the second floor, they would not be enough for them to swallow. Yuan Yao pinched out another green thunder seed, and was on full alert. A new guiding lightsaber appeared on the jade token. Under the heavy protection of the blood puppet flying ants, the two began to head for the entrance to the third floor. There was no ancient demon skeleton in the opened iron gate, nor was there any real demon energy. This made Yuan Yao a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up. After all, she had learned from Luo Hong that the dark hall had 5 floors like the inner hall, and she still had a chance. Just after passing a crossroads, the two saw a passage full of puppet debris. This was a tiger-headed puppet that the two had never seen or heard of before. All parts of the body were smashed to pieces, as if it was besieged by a large number of grey-skinned corpses. After turning into this passage and taking 2 steps, when the two's eyes were attracted by the puppet debris, there was a sudden noise behind them. It turned out that there were 2 grey-skinned corpses sleeping in a pile of puppet debris. After sensing the breath of Luo Hong and the others, they immediately woke up and attacked. These grey-skinned corpses were as swift as the wind and had great strength. In addition, the special environment here meant that even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to be attacked by them. However, Luo Hong had the protection of spirit insects, and the two gray-skinned corpses were swallowed by many blood puppet flying ants before they could get close to the two of them. On the way thereafter, gray-skinned corpses continued to awaken from various corners and attack the two of them, but they all became insect food without any surprise. However, the existence that released these gray-skinned corpses, or even refined these gray-skinned corpses, had never appeared, so Luo Hong and Yuan Yao did not relax for a moment. Finally, after being attacked by several gray-skinned corpses, the two came to a corner and habitually used blood puppet flying ants to explore the way first, but unexpectedly saw a scene that made Luo Hong's scalp numb, and the blood puppet flying ants that were exploring the way shrank back, as if they were electrocuted. "What's wrong, brother Luo?" Yuan Yao immediately became nervous when she noticed that Luo Hong's expression was not right. The situation ahead is not good. Luo Hong did not know how to describe it accurately for a moment, so he could only say vaguely. Yuan Yao's eyes condensed, she restrained her breath, walked to the corner, and half of her head stuck out to look around. After just one look, she showed a look of extreme disgust, and her breath-holding technique almost failed. After this corner, it was the entrance to the third floor, so the space here was very large. But what caught the eye was not the bluestone floor in the passage, but the dense, almost stacked gray-skinned corpses. This was not the thing that made the two people's faces change drastically. The really terrifying thing was the huge meat ball surrounded by the gray-skinned corpses in the center, which was close to the black light curtain. This ball was completely condensed by the twisted ancient demons, and the countless arms and heads on the surface were trembling slightly. This scene was like a nightmare. Even Luo Hong, who had seen many terrifying monsters, and Yuan Yao, who practiced magic skills, were disgusted and horrified when they first saw this refined corpse, and they knew how terrible it looked. But the ancient demons were so cruel that they could refine themselves into such a thing. The ferocity of this race was really unimaginable to the two. Brother Luo, the one who released the gray-skinned corpse, is most likely that monster. Yuan Yao suppressed the nausea in his heart and said softly, "Since this monster can release other ancient demons, it must have the magical power to break the ban. It can break the ban left by the ancient cultivators, so it must be able to break the forbidden magic that Luo left on the spirit insects. If we disperse the insect shield when we are besieged by the gray-skinned corpses, we will be in danger." Luo Hong touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "What should we do? These refined corpses are guarding the entrance, and we can't get around them." Yuan Yao nodded slightly and thought with a sad face, "The meatball is so bloated, it must move very slowly." Got it. This method should be able to break the situation, but Luo's spirit insects will lose some. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with inspiration, and he had an idea. With a thought, he ordered the more than 2,000 spirit insects that protected him to pounce on the meatball. After the flying ant colony escaped the 10-foot spiritual awareness distance, although Luo Hong could not control them accurately and had no intelligence, he could still execute simple attack commands. When the ant colony flew over the gray-skinned corpse, pairs of skull eyes opened in patches. The awakened gray-skinned corpses rushed towards the flying ant colony and killed them with their signature fast attacks. Because they did not receive new commands, after the blood puppet flying ants were shattered, some of them regrouped and restored in an instant, while others took advantage of the situation and differentiated into smaller individuals and continued to kill the meatball. The gray-skinned corpse's single attack method could not effectively stop the flying ant colony. When the flying ant colony approached the meatball within 10 feet, thousands of mouths on the meatball roared at the same time, and the sound was sharp and piercing. Facing the flying ant colony, the meatball suddenly shrank by 3 points, and then a hole opened in the center. With a whoosh sound, a blue meteor-shaped spell bullet shot out and exploded after contacting the ant colony, shrouding the ant colony in a cloud of blue mist. In an instant, Luo Hong sensed that the connection of countless forbidden magics was disconnected, and the nearly 2,000 blood puppet flying ants he released regained their freedom. After regaining their freedom, their bodies were controlled by the evil spirits, and their bodies made of blood marrow crystals were extremely thirsty for blood, flesh, and essence. These blood puppet flying ants immediately attacked the surrounding gray-skinned waste corpses. Luo Hong, who was observing secretly, saw that his idea worked and followed suit, releasing 2 more groups of blood puppet flying ants so that the ant colony could form an absolute number of suppression and accelerate the demise of the gray-skinned waste corpse. In this way, after waiting quietly for an hour, a total of 6,000 blood puppet flying ants had devoured the gray-skinned waste corpse at the entrance of the 3rd floor of the Dark Palace. Now only the meatball at the edge of the entrance was still resisting. This monster is not because of its thick skin and amazing recovery ability that makes it difficult to deal with. Instead, it has a kind of sound wave magic power that can bounce off the blood puppet flying ants clinging to it. Before it is completely exhausted, the situation will remain deadlocked. It took Luo Hong nearly a day to pass the 1st and 2nd floors. There are still the 3rd and 4th floors, and the most critical 5th floor. Luo Hong must not let a meatball waste too much of his time. Thinking of this, Luo Hong immediately sacrificed the 5-element flag, pinched his fingers, and chanted a spell, and then shot out a 5-element divine thunder. The opponent is a refined corpse transformed by an ancient demon, and the magic power of thunder attributes will always be somewhat restrained. After sending out the magic power, Luo Hong did not even look at it, and immediately took out a Huan pill from the Wanbao bag and swallowed it. Yuan Yao stared at the 5-element divine thunder. She knew that Luo Hong could not afford it, and was worried about him. After a loud boom, countless blood puppet flying ants were blown into slag, and a huge gap was blown out on the meatball. Although it was not dead, when the recovered blood puppet flying ants pounced on it and drilled into its wound, its existence entered a countdown. After a cup of tea, the meatball was no longer able to cast magical powers and was immediately devoured by 6,000 blood puppet flying ants. At this time, an accident happened. After losing the enemy, the extremely ferocious blood puppet flying ants naturally began to devour each other, and soon more than a dozen blood puppet flying ants with auras reaching the giant ant stage were born. This is something Luo Hong has always thought to avoid. The magic skills are easy to backfire, and the spirit insects obtained from the magic skills are naturally the same. But at this moment, it was too late for Luo Hong to stop it, so he simply did not take action. To see the result of the birth of a powerful individual among the blood puppet flying ants. Chapter 179 Green Lightning. After a crazy swallowing and blending, the last 6,000 blood puppet flying ants were reduced to a giant blood puppet flying ant as big as a bear. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it had leaped to the early stage of the nascent soul. Luo Hong was not surprised by this. It would be strange if 6,000 flying ants equivalent to the foundation building period could not break through the nascent soul. The spiritual consciousness in the dark hall was severely suppressed. After the giant flying ant was born, it could not find a new target to attack, so it could only fly around in the same place. At this time, Luo Hong walked out from the corner. As soon as he appeared, the giant flying ant flew over with extreme bloodthirstiness. After entering a distance of 10 feet, it fell from mid-air. The silver light in Luo Hong's pupils gradually dimmed, and he used his spiritual consciousness to press the giant flying ant with all his strength. Suddenly, dense forbidden runes lit up on the giant flying ant. These were all damaged forbidden divine arts, and were now slowly repaired under Luo Hong's power. However, the giant flying ants were not comparable to ordinary flying ants. Even if they had a foundation, Luo Hong's forced ban was met with strong resistance. It was as if an ancient beast was roaring in his ears, shaking his soul, and making him dizzy. In Yuan Yao's eyes, Luo Hong wanted to subdue the flying ants that had escaped control again, but it seemed that he encountered difficulties. Luo Hong closed his eyes tightly, his brows wrinkled into the shape of the word Chuan, and from time to time he groaned, while the giant flying ant also lay on the ground, its limbs dancing wildly, shaking its head constantly. Obviously, the two were in a stalemate in the battle of spiritual consciousness. Yuan Yao's eyes flashed twice, and then he sacrificed the magic hammer, cast a spell, made it grow several times larger, and then smashed it hard on the giant flying ant. With a loud boom, Yuan Yao was surprised to find that after his full strength attack, the giant flying ant was actually unharmed. Before, Luo Hong had repeatedly used the blood puppet flying ants to fight against powerful enemies. The scenes of it being broken by the enemy's attacks many times gave Yuan Yao the illusion that the blood puppet flying ants were very fragile. However, although this attack did not have the expected effect of crushing the giant flying ants, it also affected the giant flying ants, making it have many more forbidden runes on its body. It seems that this can really help Brother Luo. Thinking of this, Yuan Yao took a pill, used his magic power, to start hammering the giant flying ants one after another. After 8 consecutive times, just when Yuan Yao's forehead was sweating, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, smiled and nodded, saying, "Miss Yuan, this time thanks to you, Luo, I was a little too arrogant this time." Although Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness far exceeded that of the giant flying ants, it was much more difficult than he imagined to forcibly set up a forbidden magic on the Yuanying level Yuanshan. This was also thanks to the fact that the giant flying ants had no spiritual intelligence, and their spiritual consciousness would only rush around blindly, otherwise it would be impossible to force the forbidden magic. Even if the ban is successfully set now, the giant flying ant is still restless and difficult to control. I'm just trying my best. Brother Luo can subdue this insect, even if I don't do anything. Yuan Yao smiled. She felt uneasy, because she was protected all the way. If she didn't do something, she would feel uneasy. Luo Hong didn't say much, but she remembered this favor in her heart. With a thought, she made the treasure bag spray out a ray of light, and collected the giant flying ant. Then, the two flew above the black light curtain, still using the blood puppet flying ants to protect themselves, and slowly sank into the 3rd floor. After the familiar dizziness, the two came to a bluestone passage filled with black air. Feeling the pure true demonic energy around her body, Yuan Yao felt that her skills were running a little faster, but her heart was lifted. It was because the iron door next to them was destroyed beyond recognition. This shows that the enemies on the 3rd floor are far more difficult than the gray-skinned corpse. Miss Yuan, you start collecting the true demonic energy, and Luo will protect you. The change of demonic energy will inevitably attract monsters that destroy the forbidden iron gate. In the unknown situation, it is a good choice to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Luo Hong's eyes focused, and he offered the 5-element flags to scatter in different directions around the two people. After casting a few spells, a layer of colorful light shield protected the two people. After making the arrangements, Luo Hong nodded gently to Yuan Yao, who immediately understood and offered a small bottle with a black cloud pattern. Suddenly, the black demonic energy in the bluestone passage swirled, and was quickly swallowed into the bottle. As Luo Hong expected, Yuan Yao started to collect the true demonic energy. Not long after a few breaths, a blue light flashed in front of her, and a faint bell sound came. Here it comes. Luo Hong did not dare to underestimate the enemy who could destroy the forbidden iron gate set up by the ancient cultivator into a twist. After discovering something unusual, he immediately increased his mana output. Luo Hong didn't have to wait long before a strange green shadow invaded his vision. This green shadow was like a ghost, floating 1 foot above the ground, with a long robe covering its body, and its feet could not be seen. Its head was swollen, its jaw was covered with slowly floating tentacles, and its eyes were glowing dark green. The strange bell sound came from a white bone bell held in the right hand of the green shadow. Luo Hong was preparing for the spiritual attack launched by the green shadow using the white bone bell, but unexpectedly, after the other party shook the bell, a green lightning bolt spurted out from the dark mouth covered by tentacles. The lightning struck the colorful light shield and instantly shattered the light shield and spread to the body of the 5-element flag. Luo Hong suddenly felt a pain in his soul and lost the sense of the 5-element flag, and the 5 large flags fell from the air one after another. What a powerful magical power. While Luo Hong was shocked, his hands moved quickly, first pinching the formula to support the lightless shield, and then offering the Zenhei Pearl. However, fearing the green shadow's magical power that seemed to be able to defile people's treasures, Luo Hong did not rashly use the Zenhei Pearl to attack, but let it spin on his head first to increase the defense of the lightless shield. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green shadow floated a few feet closer, and its tentacles under its jaws suddenly stretched out and whipped like a long whip. However, this attack obviously could not do anything to the lightless shield. Not only could it not break the lightless shield, but its tentacles were shattered. After finding that the attack was fruitless, the green shadow shook the white bone bell again, and its tentacles rose up one after another, obviously wanting to spray the green lightning again. Luo Hong saw the opportunity and used the dark blue child that had not been used for a long time. With a pop, a black water bullet shot directly into the green shadow's big mouth that was lit with electric light. However, unexpectedly, the dark blue child that Luo Hong shot actually penetrated the green shadow, as if the opponent was a false illusion. But the force of the tentacles just now was obviously stronger than the claws of the gray-skinned corpse. Could it be a magical power of transformation? Exclamation mark. No. If we fail to interrupt Green Shadow's spell, the powerful green lightning will come. The lightless shield is a magical power performed with the help of the Zenhei Pearl. If the green lightning hits it, the Zenhei Pearl will also be affected. Luo Hong hurriedly used the Death Claw, not to kill the enemy, but to block the green lightning. Chapter 180 Bone Bell. Luo Hong knew that the Death Claw was no match for the opponent. While using the Death Claw, he distracted himself and controlled the blood puppet flying ants that protected him, making them flank him like two giant water snakes. In an instant, green lightning shot out like a sharp arrow, easily knocking the Death Claw away, and then rushed into the ant colony with unstoppable force. After a burst of crackling, hundreds of blood puppet flying ants were blown to ashes by lightning. Surprisingly, the killed flying ants did not revive, but were truly destroyed. But this was definitely not a spiritual attack, because Luo Hong was only slightly shaken by the damage to the magic weapon at this time. If it was a spiritual attack, it would be enough to kill hundreds of blood puppet flying ants and impact Luo Hong's soul, and he would definitely not be able to get away with it. At this time, the remaining blood puppet flying ants had already pounced on Green Shadow, but like the previous dark green, most of the flying ants penetrated Green Shadow's body, but the tentacles on its head grabbed dozens of blood puppet flying ants. Green lightning flashed on the tentacles, and the captured blood puppet flying ants were killed immediately. These tentacles were extremely flexible, and even with the speed of the blood puppet flying ants, they could not escape their capture. In a short while, Luo Hong lost hundreds of blood puppet flying ants. This loss was not worth mentioning to Luo Hong, who had passed the ice and fire road. He found that this green shadow had no intelligence. Being entangled by the blood puppet flying ants, it just attacked the flying ants blindly and ignored Luo Hong and Yuan Yao. What should I do? What is the weakness of the opponent's magical power? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong knew that facing this strange and powerful green shadow, the two of them had reached a life and death moment. He did not hesitate to lose the blood puppet flying ants, drank a sip of enlightenment tea and wine, and his brain started to work quickly. The virtual and real changes of green lightning and bone bells. Bone bells? Then the enlightenment tea and wine. Luo Hong only took 3 breaths to find a trace of doubt. This place is a prison built by the ancient cultivators for the ancient demons. The ancient demons imprisoned here will naturally have all their belongings confiscated. Where did this bone bell come from? The only answer is that it is made from the body of the ancient demon, just like the demon skin giant drum. On the contrary, the ancient demon must have a major plot to refine the bone bell. In other words, the bone bell is the key. Miss Yuan, follow Luo and attack the bell in the hand of this ghost. Luo Hong suddenly shouted, offering an ancient spear and stabbing the bone bell. Yuan Yao was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know the reason, she subconsciously wanted to follow Luo Hong to offer the magic hammer, but she seemed to suddenly think of something and stopped halfway through the spell in her hand. On Luo Hong's side, the ancient spear was thrown out by him with great force, and it was about to hit the bone bell, but a ball of green electricity suddenly exploded from the bone bell. The ancient spear was blown up by it and could only fail. But Luo Hong was not disappointed, because he found that after the green electric ball burst out, the figure of the green shadow was slightly fuzzy. Obviously, his guess was correct, and the white bone bell was the real body of the green shadow. Because of this, the green shadow became weaker after the white bone bell burst out with a powerful attack. Although this solution was not very efficient, it finally allowed Luo Hong to see the possibility of destroying the green shadow. Anyway, he had seized a lot of magic weapons in his treasure bag, so he was not afraid of fighting with the green shadow. However, before Luo Hong started his plan to fight, Yuan Yao sacrificed a pair of brass bells, and the crisp bell sound resounded in the passage. What surprised Luo Hong was that after the bell sounded, the figure of the green shadow flashed twice, and the white bone bell seemed to be angry, jumping with arcs as thick as a baby's arm. In the beep beep sound of the electric current, the huge arc ignored the blood puppet flying ants attacking the green shadow, and went straight to the brass bell sacrificed by Yuan Yao. Seeing this, how could Luo Hong not know that Yuan Yao had found the green shadow? No, it was the vital point of the white bone bell. He immediately drove a large number of blood puppet flying ants to form an insect shield, and offered a small shield with red flames to protect the brass bell with all his strength. Green lightning flashed, and the insect shield composed of thousands of blood puppet flying ants was destroyed. The small red flame shield also had green lightning on its surface. It swayed for a while, and fell from mid-air. The power of this green lightning was beyond Luo Hong's expectations. Fortunately, he always paid attention to defense, and prepared double protection. After shooting this thick green lightning, the figure of the strange green shadow became more blurred. Yuan Yao increased his magic power in time, and the bell sound suddenly became more rapid. The white bone bell was urged by the bell sound, and cracks appeared on the surface immediately. The next moment, it split and was completely destroyed, and the green shadow also disintegrated. Yuan Yao's face was happy, and he stretched out his hand to take the damaged white bone bell in his hand, and studied it with shining eyes. With the magical power of this magic weapon, it is not surprising that Yuan Yao would behave like this. Luo Hong was curious about the brass bell she had sacrificed. After all, the strange green shadow in the third layer should be similar to the gray-skinned corpse, and there could not be only one. If you can understand the magical power of the brass bell, this layer will be easier. However, it is a taboo to rashly ask other cultivators about the magical power of their treasures. Although Luo Hong is familiar with Yuan Yao, he did not know how to start the conversation. Yuan Yao was unexpectedly considerate at this time. Without waiting for Luo Hong to ask, she took the initiative to call the brass bell to her chest and explained, "Brother Luo, Yuan Yao was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse this time. It's just that I heard in the past that to deal with magic weapons with the attribute of magic's sound, it is most appropriate to use treasures with the attribute of magic's sound. This soul-calling bell of mine is an ancient treasure seized from the young master of King Gyang sect. Because it is incompatible with my skills, I usually only use it when using some soul bewitching secret techniques. I just had a sudden idea. Seeing that the bell shakes every time it stimulates green lightning, I guessed that it is a magic weapon with the attribute of magic's sound, so I sacrificed this bell to give it a try." Luo Hong pondered and nodded slightly, muttering to himself, "So the green lightning only looks like a thunder and lightning magic power, but is actually a magic sound magic power. Although this is a bit unbelievable and contrary to common sense, it is indeed a reasonable guess." Luo Hong had never studied the magic power of magic's sound, but out of common sense, he immediately thought of whether he could use the method of creating a vacuum to counter the green lightning. But he soon shook his head and rejected this idea. Most of the magic power and spells are based on spiritual energy, and to be more specific, based on spirit particles. Creating a vacuum is very simple. Luo Hong can do it with a few small spells, but to create a vacuum of spirit particles, at this stage Luo Hong can only think of Han Laomo's gold-eating insects. Although the gold-eating insects cannot create an absolute spirit particle vacuum and completely isolate the green lightning, they can certainly greatly reduce its power. While thinking hard, Luo Hong took back the 5-element flag and other treasures he had just sacrificed. When the deadly claw was captured in his hand, his face sank. Chapter 181 Blood Sacrifice Demon Drum. Looking at the death claw in his hand, Luo Hong frowned. After being hit by the green lightning, this magic weapon had suffered irreversible damage, and its spiritual power was greatly lost, making it unusable. The same was true for Gujet, who was blown away by the green electric ball. It was completely useless. Although the 5-element flag and the red flame shield were only hit by the aftermath of the green lightning, the spiritual imprint left by Luo Hong on them was also wiped out. The damage was not light. If they were not warmed up for a while and used against the enemy again, they might end up like the Death Claw. If there would be such a loss every time he encountered a strange green shadow, Luo Hong would not be able to squander it, even if he had more magic weapons. Is the only way to sacrifice a large number of blood puppet flying ants? Compared with the number of grey-skinned waste corpses, Luo Hong would lose at least nearly 100,000 blood puppet flying ants by doing this, which was really unacceptable to him. Fortunately, the effect of the enlightenment tea and wine was still there, and Luo Hong soon had an idea. All things in the world follow the 5 element and follow the yin and yang, so all restraint and being restrained are similar to the relationship between water and fire. As we all know, water can overcome fire, but we also know that if the fire is strong, fire can also overcome water. The evil repelling divine thunder can restrain evil spirits, but if a large amount of true demonic energy is released, it can also trap the magic flying sword made of golden thunder bamboo. In other words, if the power of the object being restrained is much higher than the restraining object, it can effectively resist the restraining object. Green lightning is undoubtedly the nemesis of blood puppet flying ants. According to the above principle, powerful blood puppet flying ants should be able to resist green lightning. And Luo Hong happened to have a Yuanying level blood puppet flying ant on hand. While Luo Hong was thinking of a solution, Yuan Yao had already collected all the demonic energy around, and the Bluestone passage suddenly became clear. Miss Yuan, if you encounter that strange green shadow again, you will be responsible for destroying the enemy with the brass bell, and Luo will be responsible for blocking the opponent's dying blow. After Luo Hong decided on the strategy, the two continued to move forward. Just after turning a corner, they saw black hair in front of them again, and the true demonic energy filled the Bluestone passage. The two looked at each other, and both knew that there must be a strange green shadow and the evil spirit. Yuan Yao first sacrificed the brass bell, and Luo Hong summoned the giant flying ant to block the two. After getting ready, the two stepped into the evil spirit, and the familiar bell sounded again, slowly approaching them. Not long after, a green shadow appeared, and Yuan Yao immediately activated the brass bell without saying much. The bone bell was the same as before. When it was urged by the sound of the soul-calling bell, it seemed to be greatly stimulated, and arcs of electricity jumped around it. The next moment, a thick green lightning bolt broke through the evil spirit, and went straight to the brass bell, but the first to bear the brunt was the giant flying ant, that Luo Hong had driven early to block the brass bell. This giant flying ant has never been at peace, since Luo Hong summoned the treasure bag, and Luo Hong has been using his spiritual sense to suppress it. But when the green lightning struck, without Luo Hong's command, its abdomen suddenly swelled and then sprayed out a blood-red thunderbolt. The blood-red thunderbolt was obviously 2 or 3 times thicker than the green lightning, but when the two touched, they were annihilated together. Seeing this, Luo Hong's last trace of worry disappeared, and he put down the small red flame shield in his hand that was ready to go. After the lightning was fired, the white bone bell had no chance to fight back, and was immediately destroyed by the soul-inducing bell sound. Yuan Yao collected the true demon energy as usual, and Luo Hong looked at the giant flying ant that had just sprayed out the blood-red thunderbolt. This guy's breath was weaker than before, and he looked a little listless. Obviously, he had just tried his best to block the green lightning with his life. This won't do. There are still countless enemies behind him, and the giant flying ant must recover. Since it is condensed by a large number of blood puppet flying ants, it must be that swallowing flying ants can help it recover. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he summoned dozens of blood puppet flying ants for the giant flying ant to swallow. Sure enough, the giant flying ant's breath increased visibly, and soon it had the strength to resist Luo Hong's control. Haha, it's good to be energetic. With a coping strategy, the two walked the rest of the way without any danger. After killing more than 20 strange green shadows in a row, Yuan Yao successfully collected 5 full bottles of true demonic energy, and the purpose of her trip was achieved. Based on the experience of the previous 2 times, the two knew that they would soon reach the entrance of the 4th floor, which was also the most dangerous place on the floor. Luo Hong and Yuan Yao couldn't help but slow down their pace and become cautious. They had to explore every corner before passing it, so as not to rush into a desperate situation. Sure enough, when the two came to a corner leading to the entrance of the 4th floor, they saw another uncomfortable scene. Needless to say, there were a large number of strange green shadows surrounding the entrance. Above the black light curtain, there was a giant bone bell several feet high, which was located on the chest of a green shadow that was dozens of feet high and looked like a god or demon. Yuan Yao felt desperate when she saw this. She had been able to pass through the entrance to the 3rd floor before, relying entirely on Brother Luo's spirit insects. However, these green ghosts could obviously restrain Brother Luo's spirit insects, so she could not replicate the previous method. Breaking in by force would be courting death. Yuan Yao seemed to be able to see herself being swallowed by the surging green sea of thunder. Luo Hong sighed and put away the giant flying ants. The worst situation she had expected still happened. There was only one way out at this point. Luo Hong's eyes focused, and he sacrificed a bloody and evil round drum, which was the magic skin drum he got from the huge pit in the Ghostland. This drum was extremely domineering, and the sound wave magic power it stimulated was powerful. It was no problem to break the bone bell, but Luo Hong had to pay a heavy price to drive it, and it would devour a large amount of blood and essence. The amount of blood and essence it required could even drain a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul in an instant. Only cultivators like Luo Hong who had practiced the body refining technique to a very high level could barely withstand such consumption. Although he would not die after one drum attack, Luo Hong would probably only have 2 or 3 levels of strength left. If there were still tricky corpse refining ghosts on the 4th level, the two of them could basically just close their eyes and wait for death. However, there was no other way to pass this level. Luo Hong did not hesitate and endured the severe pain to use the body refining secret technique to the extreme and suddenly turned into a golden man. He raised his fists high above his head and then smashed them down. The moment his fists touched the drum surface, Luo Hong felt the heat in his body flowing wildly, and the unprecedented cold feeling almost made him faint. Fortunately, the next moment the drum surface rebounded, and a dull drum sound rang out, and the sound waves rushed out along the bluestone passage. The strange green shadows surrounding the giant bone bells disappeared at the touch, and the bone bells in their hands turned into powder and flew away in an instant. However, unexpectedly, the giant bone bell above the black light curtain was neither destroyed by the sound waves nor shot green lightning at the two. Chapter 182 Ancient Demon's True Form. As soon as the giant white bone bell came into contact with the sound waves generated by the demon skin drum, it shook violently, shaking the giant green shadow wrapped around itself into dots of fluorescence, and madly absorbed the sound wave magic power of the demon skin drum. In a blink of an eye, the magic power that Luo Hong had used up a lot of blood and energy to cast was absorbed by the giant white bone bell, as if it were nutrients. Not good. Luo Hong secretly thought that he had been tricked and was about to pull Yuan Yao back, but his weak body made his action slow down by a beat. With a clang sound, a more turbulent circular sound wave spread out from the giant white bone bell, and Luo Hong and Yuan Yao were the first to be hit. The two immediately felt their souls shaken violently, and their eyes went black, and they lost consciousness. The sound waves emitted by the giant white bone bell did not stop. It actually penetrated the forbidden wall of the Zushan Palace without hindrance, and continued to spread outward, absorbing a large amount of true demon energy along the way, making the scale and power of the circular sound waves continue to expand. It did not stop until it broke through the forbidden outer wall of the Dark Palace, and continued to spread outside the fallen giant tower. The Zushan Palace and the Dark Palace are two huge towers, one upright and the other inverted. They are surrounded by black walls like golden towers, so the whole looks like a huge octahedral black crystal. It is hard to imagine that such a huge building is suspended in the air. Around it, there are 6 bluestone altars more than 1,000 feet high. If Luo Hong could see it, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the steps on the bluestone altars are the stone steps he climbed when he went to Baoguang Pavilion. The 6 bluestone altars in the Zushan Palace and Dark Palace suspended in the air have experienced hundreds of thousands of years of peace. However, today, a circle of sound waves rushing out from the lower level of the Dark Palace broke this peace. This circle of sound waves quickly passed through the empty space between the Zushan Dark Palace and the bluestone altar until it hit the bluestone altar and disappeared. After a moment of silence, the 6 bluestone altars began to shake, causing a tremor in the Zushan palace. At this time, countless ancient runes lit up from the darkness, forming 6 huge rune belts, extending from the floating Zushan Dark Palace to the 6 surrounding bluestone altars, which was extremely spectacular. There were more ancient runes on the bluestone altars. When they lit up, no one knew what restrictions were triggered. The bluestones that seemed ordinary originally became as clear as jade. But this was not a beautiful sight, because in these 6 jade altars, there were 6 ancient demon bodies that were more than 100 feet tall. These 6 ancient demons had different appearances. Some had double horns on their heads and forearms, some had faces like evil spirits with huge eyes, and some were covered with black scales, and had vertical mouths on their abdomens. But now, no matter how terrifying the real bodies of these ancient demons were, they all had one common feature, that is, their eyelids were constantly twitching, as if the sound wave just now had awakened them. The sound wave stimulated by the white bone giant bell had the magical power to break through the restrictions in the Zushan Palace. If they could be hit one after another at this time, with the help of its power, these 6 ancient demons might really be able to escape. After all, after hundreds of thousands of years, even though the cage that Guxiu spent a lot of effort to cultivate had lost a lot of its restrictive power, otherwise it would not have allowed a trace of demonic thoughts from the powerful demon to escape. Unfortunately, Luo Hong, who had played the sound wave, had been stunned by the sound wave. Unable to feel the subsequent power of breaking the ban, the giant faces of the 6 ancient demons all showed a trace of anger. I don't know if it was communicated in advance, but the demonic energy of 5 of the ancient demons turned and suddenly opened their eyes. The pupils of different colors and shapes moved, staring at the 4-armed ancient demon with 2 horns on his head, who was still closing his eyes. The 4-armed ancient demon, who looked 9 points similar to the demon head, seemed to understand something, and a look of shock and anger suddenly appeared on his giant face. But it was obvious that being angry could not solve any problems. 10 red rays shot out from the pupils of the 5 ancient demons, and actually penetrated the restrictions of the green jade altar, and fell on the 4-armed ancient demon. In an instant, the demon body of the 4-armed ancient demon began to melt, and turned into a huge blood clot, beating like a heart, as if it was nurturing something. After the red light was emitted, the 5 ancient demons all seemed to be a little sluggish, and they closed their eyes again under the power of the ban, and fell into a deep sleep. The jade altar where they were also fell silent, and the ancient runes on it were extinguished layer by layer. Only the jade altar where the huge blood clot was located, the ancient runes on it were still lit. No one knew what happened here. After an unknown number of hours, Luo Hong woke up slowly with Yuan Yao shouting. He looked at the pretty face in front of him with a dazed look, and suddenly his consciousness returned. He remembered his life-threatening situation, and wanted to sit up suddenly, but the unprecedented feeling of weakness made him lie down again halfway. Brother Luo, you have a serious loss of blood and essence. Don't move around. Take this pill first. Yuan Yao handed a pill to Luo Hong's mouth, fed him, and helped him up. Luo Hong leaned against the wall, barely posed in a cross-legged posture, and urged his magic power to refine the medicine. After feeling better, Luo Hong ignored the remaining half of the medicine, and probed his mind to his heart. He was shocked to find that the demonic energy had approached his heart. If he continued like this, within 3 or 4 hours, he would lose his mind due to the demonic energy attacking his heart. There is no time. I must go to the 5th floor of the Dark Palace immediately. Luo Hong stood up with all his strength and looked at the black light curtain. He did not see the figure of the white bone giant bell. He looked at Yuan Yao in confusion. Seeing Luo Hong forcing himself like this, Yuan Yao wanted to persuade him, but knew that she should not persuade him. After meeting Luo Hong's puzzled eyes, she immediately understood and pointed at the magic skin drum lying quietly beside her and said, "Not long after I woke up, I saw that the white bone giant bell shrank and turned into a stream of light, shooting into Brother Luo's magic weapon. I haven't checked it yet." Luo Hong frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the magic skin drum in front of him. He glanced at it and found no trace of the white bone giant bell. The possibility of Yuan Yao lying is very small, which means that the white bone giant bell is very likely to be integrated into the magic skin drum. After understanding this, Luo Hong's brows were furrowed. This was definitely not a good thing. The demon skin drum and the white bone giant bell had such a close connection. It was not accidental. It was very likely that I had inadvertently completed the unfinished plan of these ancient demons. Perhaps the sound waves of the giant bell just now had caused extremely serious consequences. Although he noticed something was wrong, Luo Hong had no time to think about it at this time. He could only remind himself to leave the Zushan Palace as soon as he finished what he had to do. After putting away the demon skin drum, Luo Hong took Yuan Yao through the black light curtain and sank into the 4th floor of the Dark Palace. Unlike the previous attack, as soon as they were teleported here, after entering the 4th floor, the two of them walked through 2 corners and were still safe. The forbidden iron doors on both sides of the passage were all intact, and there were no ancient demon bones in the prison cell, as if there were no ancient demons imprisoned on this floor, or the ancient demons imprisoned on this floor had been sacrificed. No matter which guess was true, it was a good thing for Luo Hong and the others. They quickened their pace and went to the entrance of the 5th floor of the Dark Palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Wan Xianming suffers a heavy situation. On the 5th floor of the inner hall of Zushan, Man Huzi and Master Jian and his party had passed through the puppet guards of the first 4 floors and arrived here not long ago. In front of them was the Hanli Terrace, where the Zushan Cauldron was located. Wan Xianming and other righteous monks had entered first, but because the formation covering the Hanli Terrace was the ancient strange formation Xiangang cover, there was only a small opening specially opened for entry and exit. Therefore, Man Huzi and others were not afraid that Wan Xianming and his party would sneak away after taking the treasure, so they sat cross-legged near the steps leading to the exit of Xiangang cover to restore the mana consumed in the clearance for the possible battle for the treasure later. Hanli had never made a move in the inner hall, so his mana was full at this time, and there was no need to meditate. In addition, he was restless, so he wandered around the 5th floor of the inner hall. The 5th floor of the inner hall was completely different from the first 4 floors. There was no maze, but except for the Hanli Terrace in the center, it was a flat structure. Only the relief of strange beasts on the outer wall was worth seeing. The closer he got to the Zushanding, the more the nascent soul-old monsters such as the Jian Patriarch treated him like a prisoner, as if he were just an artifact. This instantly destroyed the glimmer of luck that Hanli had because of the generous gifts from the 3 old monsters. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed and realized that once he was no longer useful, there was no chance of survival. However, all the ground and walls of the Zushan Palace were covered with profound restrictions. It was not like a palace, but more like a cage, so Hanli could not find any chance to escape. Very depressed and irritated, Hanli smashed the relief of the strange beast and found a hidden secret compartment. He had just carefully taken out the scroll hidden in the secret compartment, and suddenly the entire Zushan inner palace shook, and a loud rumbling sound echoed non-stop. "Hanli, come here quickly." The shocked and angry voice of the Jian Patriarch came shaking. Hanli knew that the movement just now had stimulated Jian and others. He did not dare to offend them, and walked quickly towards the Hanli platform. As soon as he walked in, Hanli found that the 3 old demons were all looking at the entrance of the Xiangang cover with gloomy faces, and even the old ghost Zuangu was shocked. "Brother man, the huge noise just now, could it be that Wan Xianming and the others took out the Zushanding?" Jian said in disbelief. "It should be difficult to shake the Zushanding with Wan Xianming's golden silkworm, and it is absolutely impossible to take the tripod. The only thing that could shake the entire inner hall tower is the movement of the Zushanding. It's useless to say more. Let's go in quickly, and we must not let the Bushandan and Zushanding fall into the hands of the righteous." The face of Man Huzi grew golden scales the size of copper coins, and his body jumped up and went straight to the entrance of the Xiangang cover. Jian and others followed closely behind. The cold air in the Xiangang cover was biting, and the Yuanian cultivators were fine, but Hanli and other giant and cultivators had to use anti-cold measures. to move safely in the cover. After entering the Xianggang cover, Han Li tried to quietly retreat behind the crowd several times to check the scroll he had just obtained, but Wu Chao was staring at him, so he had no chance. Not long after walking forward, Han Li's eyes suddenly opened up. He saw a large hole not far away that was spewing blue light. There were 7 or 8 golden light balls surrounding the large hole. They must be the golden silkworms that Ji Yin had mentioned. Wan Xianming and the other 2 stood beside these golden silkworms, but their faces did not show the ecstasy of Ji Yin and others after getting the treasure, but an expression of being furious and almost jumping up and down. When he saw the people of the demonic path coming here, Wan Xianming immediately became furious and said, "Barbarian Huzi, what did you do outside that caused this sect master to fail in his attempt to get the treasure?" It turned out that Wan Xianming had just driven the golden silkworm that had taken the sky blue flower to spit out silk to lift the Zhu Shanding a little, and then there was a sound of shaking the earth, causing the silk spit out by his golden silkworm to break due to the huge force, and the Zhu Shanding fell back again. The effect of the azure flower is not long lasting. If it fails once, Wan Xianming's plan to use the golden silkworm to get the treasure will be in vain. Haha, I thought that sect master one had some hidden tricks, but it turned out to be over before it even started. Man Huzi laughed out loud. He was just worrying for nothing. Master Jian and Layman King Gai also had expressions of gloating and relief. If they were not forced, they would not want to fight with Wan Xianming and the other 2 in the inner hall. Seeing the 3 old demons laughing like this, Wan Xianming's face suddenly turned extremely cold, and he stared at Master Jian and Layman King Gai with murderous intent in his eyes. The smiles of Master Jian and Layman King Gai froze immediately. Wan Xianming was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the 2 of them were only in the early stage of the nascent soul. They did not want to have a deep hatred with him. Immediately, Patriarch Ji Yin coughed and said, "Master Wan, we just arrived at the 5th floor of the inner hall not long ago, and we also followed the agreement and let you take the treasure first. If it weren't for the sudden movement, we would still be meditating outside the Xianggang cover." "You mean, the movement just now has nothing to do with you? Do you think this master will believe it? In the inner hall, besides us righteous cultivators, there are only you evil people, and you still want to shirk responsibility." The coldness on Wan Xianming's face did not diminish. He did not seem to be discouraged by Ji Yin's explanation. Instead, he put on an attitude, as if he was ready to take action at any time and shouted, "Cold Dragon!" Xian Wuzi, who was standing next to Wan Xianming, saw this and shouted, "Leave turtle." A dragon and a turtle responded and floated beside the 2 with fierce eyes. The 3 old demons obviously recognized the 2 spirit beasts. Even the barbarian bearded man who had been glaring at Wan Xianming with his self-confidence changed color and said in a deep voice, "Humph. Sect Master One is really a noble man who forgets things easily. There is still a group of people in the inner hall who have not shown up yet. Just relying on those 2 giant and juniors, you think you can shake the inner hall?" Wan Xianming still doubted it, but he couldn't help but guess it in his heart. After all, one of the 2 was the descendant of the 3 Yang old demon, and the other had a close relationship with the 6th Dao Jisheng, the first person in the magic way, and could not be compared with ordinary giant and stage cultivators. Believe it or not, the commotion just now has nothing to do with us. Sect Master 1, you have failed to take the treasure, and according to the agreement, it is our turn to take the treasure. You are still staying here. Do you want to experience my magic skills? The reason why Manhuzi could be so arrogant was because of his strong strength. When he got serious, Wan Xianming immediately regained some rationality. After his eyes flashed a few times, he immediately put away the spirit beast and snorted coldly and walked towards the entrance of Xianggang cover with a stinky face. The other 2 Yuanying cultivators who were traveling with him looked at each other and said nothing and followed him. Seeing that the hypocrites of the righteous path really seemed to be doing gentlemanly things this time, Ji Yin and others were a little surprised, but they did not relax their vigilance. They sent Xiandu Corpse and Greenthorn Bird to guard the entrance respectively. After the arrangement was completed, everyone's eyes moved to Han Li. Chapter 184, Heavy Damage to Ji Yin. After Wan Xianming left, Han Li put away the golden silkworm he had abandoned and looked out of the cave. he saw a black object in a dazzling blue flame. Although he couldn't see its specific appearance, it must be the Zushinding. Just as Hanli was amazed by the Kyanlan ice flame, a spiritual object that looked like a flame but was extremely cold, Ji Yin impatiently urged him to release the blood jade spider and start to get the treasure. Hanli knew that delaying at this time would be courting death, so he summoned the blood jade spider without saying a word. When the three old demons saw the size of the blood jade spider, they couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Manhuzi grinned and said, "Good, this blood jade spider is already a 4th level spiritual beast. This one alone can far surpass a group of 2nd level golden silkworms. It seems that there is really hope for getting the treasure this time." Yes, Hanli quickly let the blood jade spider spray out a spider web to wrap the Zushinding. "The master will drive these 2 fire pythons to help you." Ji Yin nodded with satisfaction and then ordered without hesitation. In this way, Hanli, under the arrangement of the 3 old demons, drove the blood jade spider to start taking treasures. At first, it was very smooth. Although the speed of the Zushinding being lifted was slow, it was indeed rising continuously. But after a while, the dry blue ice flame in the cave suddenly flashed, and its power increased greatly. Ji Yin's 2 fire pythons immediately wailed. "Not good. The ice flame has changed." While King Yuijashi exclaimed, Ji Yin had already cast a series of spells, which sank into the body of a fire python, finally stopping it from wailing, but it was too late to cast spells on the other one. The aura of its body suddenly dimmed, and the snake body was immediately wrapped in a layer of ice. The next moment, it shattered into pieces, and it was deader than dead. Losing a fire python, the Zushinding immediately tilted to one side and sank violently. The blood jade spider was pulled by the huge force and slid towards the cave in trance. Although the 3 old demons tried desperately to remedy the situation, the power of the Kyanlan ice flame increased too rapidly and too suddenly, and they were too busy to use any great magical powers. Although they were extremely unwilling, they could only watch the Zushinding fall, and finally fell back to the bottom of the cave with the dung. At this moment, the 3 old demons suddenly felt a surge of evil fire rising from their chests. Although they knew that Hanli was not to blame for this, they still cast their cannibalistic eyes at him. Hanli's heart was cold, and he was about to summon the other hidden blood jade spider to prolong his life. However, another change occurred. Near the entrance of the cave, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and the familiar spatial fluctuations made everyone present think of the word teleportation at the same time. The white light dissipated, and a beautiful female cultivator in a black robe and with a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone, carrying a pale and stern-faced male cultivator who was barely breathing. "You are the ones who did it again." As soon as he saw Luo Hong and Yuan Yao, the Ji Yin patriarch determined that the 2 were the culprits of their failure to obtain the treasure. New and old hatred surged up, and he didn't care about the other party's backers, and he was going to kill the 2. After Yuan Yao appeared, he saw that the 3 old demons of Ji Yin were around him, and he couldn't help but curse his bad luck and retreated in fear. "Don't be afraid, use the ancient treasure I gave you." Luo Hong didn't know what kind of serious injury he had suffered, and he couldn't move on his own. At this time, his head leaned on Yuan Yao's fragrant shoulders and spoke calmly. Yuan Yao's eyes showed determination, and with a thought, he sacrificed a black round mirror. After the magic power surged, he summoned a 10-foot tall phantom of the soul-stealing true demon. Humph. Such a weak true magic appearance also wants to fight against this patriarch. Die for this patriarch. Ji Yin's face was filled with black air, and he opened his mouth and spit out a black skull, wrapped in Chyandu corpse fire. Ji Yin actually sacrificed his own magic weapon and Chyandu corpse fire at the same time. It was obvious that he was just arrogant in words, but he did not underestimate the enemy. He used all his strength as soon as he attacked, and was determined to kill the 2 to vent his hatred for losing his treasure. On Yuan Yao's side, after she summoned the spirit of the dazzling magic mirror, she sacrificed 2 more treasures. One was the magic skin drum that Luo Hong brought back from the land of ghosts, and the other was a demon drum hammer that had never been seen before. The phantom of the soul-stealing true demon stretched out his arms and grabbed the 2 treasures in his hands, then hammered a magic drum, and with a dong sound, a green lightning as thick as his arm was shot out. although Ji Yin felt that it was a bit bad. One was that he believed in his strength to attack with all his strength, and the other was that it was too late for him to take it, even if he didn't want to. The next moment, the green lightning collided with the corpse fire skull, and a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The famous Chyandu corpse fire was extinguished by the green lightning. The black skull itself was shaking wildly in the lightning, and the surface was falling off like sand. When the lightning dissipated, it was actually smaller and its aura was much weaker. Puff! The life magic weapon was severely damaged. The Jian patriarch suddenly spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, and hurriedly took back the black skull, looking at the two in disbelief. Haha, fellow Jian, don't worry, I'm here to help you. King Gaijashi suddenly flashed, and stood in front of Jian, as if to protect the seriously injured Jian, and sacrificed an ancient treasure, facing Luo Hong and Yuan Yao with murderous intent. This made Hanli feel surprised. King Gaijashi has always been a sly old man, and his relationship with Jian is not very good. Why would he stand up to help at this time? Haha, old man King Yi, don't think about taking it all for yourself. This kid belongs to man. Man Huzi also walked forward with a grim smile, patted the spirit beast bag, and summoned a three-eyed leopard. Hanli immediately understood that the two old demons were not helping Ji Yin, but they were really killing people for treasures. The pressure of the magic power released by the two Yuanying old demons made Luo Hong and the others very uncomfortable, but Luo Hong was not panicked. He had expected this situation. Seeing that a giant unstage cultivator can severely injure a Yuanying early stage demon cultivator with 3 treasures, it is inevitable that the other party will have a covetous heart. If this treasure is in my hands, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Luo Hong didn't have much strength at this time, so he could only whisper in Yuan Yao's ear. He asked me to ask the 3 seniors if they wanted some personal possessions or the Void Heaven Cauldron and the Heaven-defying Bushan Dan. Yuan Yao's eyes kept wandering between King Yuijashi and Manhuse's faces, and the 2 old demons could not help but attack her while she was delivering the message. HMPH, one of the extremely yin fire pythons died, and Han's blood jade spider alone can't lift the Void Heaven Cauldron. You kid, don't tell me that you also have a blood jade spider. King Yuijashi greedily looked at the 2 treasures in the hands of the soul-stealing true demon's phantom. With his knowledge as a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, he could naturally see that the true demon's phantom was only providing power for the 2 treasures, and the 2 treasures themselves were really powerful. He said that, although he didn't have a blood jade spider, he had an adult fire dragon worm that could replace the lost fire python, and there was great hope of getting the treasure. After Yuan Yao reached out and fumbled around for a while, he took out a spirit beast bag from Luo Hong's waist. This spirit beast bag originally belonged to Buzu. After Luo Hong obtained it, it had not left a spiritual mark, so Yuan Yao easily released the spirit beast inside. The writing has been a bit dull recently, so I will flash back here to speed up the pace. Luo Hong's experience on the 5th floor will be explained later. Chapter 185 Demonic Energy Bribing the Demon. As the rays of light rolled up, a spirit insect with a red shell covering its body and shaped like a big-headed lizard appeared on the sign ground of Hanli Terrace. After its legs trembled twice, the color of its shell suddenly changed to the same sign as the ground, and its existence could not be detected by the naked eye in an instant. This fire dragon insect was not cultivated by Buzu since childhood, but he bought it from someone else. The seller did not intend to cultivate this spirit beast as a heritage spirit beast, so the spirit insect was controlled, not by the overbearing blood ban, but by the soul card for easy trading. At present, even Yuan Yao can drive the fire dragon insect by refining the soul card. It is indeed a 3rd level fire dragon insect, more than enough to replace the extremely yin fire python. When King Yuijashi saw the size of the fire dragon insect, the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly decreased, and he said in surprise, "There are only 3 or 4 kinds of spirit beasts in the entire Chaos Star Sea that can resist the blue ice flames. Today, they are almost all here." Everyone can't help but think, is it destined that the Void Heaven Cauldron will be born today? Brother man, what do you think? As a casual cultivator, King Yi can see the situation most clearly. At this time, Ji Yin is seriously injured, and the situation of the 2 of them joining forces to fight against Manhuzi has been broken. Now on the Hanley stage, it is Manhuzi, who is in the middle stage of the nascent soul, who has the final say. Manhuzi no longer has the killing intention. Although his cultivation is profound, his lifespan is not much left. His main purpose of coming to the Void Heaven Palace this time is to pick the longevity fruit, and the Void Heaven Cauldron's Bushindan is a panacea that far exceeds the effect of the longevity fruit. He can still distinguish between the treasure and the lifespan. However, the great benefit at hand did not make Manhuzi dizzy. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, before taking the treasure, Man Mao would like to ask the two young friends about the purpose of entering this inner hall. The shaking of the inner hall in front and the change of the ice flame just now were all caused by you two. Haha, you two young friends are so capable that we, Yuanian cultivators, have to be cautious in this inner hall. You made such a big noise and still survived. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, Man Mao will give up this treasure hunt and destroy you. Don't think that the two old demons behind you can scare me, Manhuzi. Senior, to be honest, the two of us only broke a ban before, and we don't know why the inner hall shook. As for the change of the ice flame, it was all because of the two treasures in my hand. They were originally sealed by the dry blow ice flame, and we were teleported here immediately after taking the treasure. Obviously, there must be a connection between the two places. It's not surprising that we touched the dry blow ice flame over there and felt it here. Yuan Yao didn't need Luo Hong's teaching this time. Recalling his previous experience, he gave a set of half-truths and half-false stories that were impeccable. HMPH. Did Sanayang and Liu Dao send you two here just for two treasures? If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sanayang Old Demon and Liu Dao Extreme Saint have been famous for hundreds of years. It is impossible that they went to such great lengths and sent their descendants to take risks just for some external things. Old monsters of this level only care about their lifespan and cultivation. Manhuzi could empathize with him, so he knew this the most. Immediately, golden scales the size of copper coins appeared on his two thick arms, ready to attack at any time. Sanayang, Liu Dao, Yuan Yao was a little confused. Why did this Manhuzi mention these two big demons? Fortunately, Luo Hong knew the whole story and knew that the three old demons had mistaken each other. Sanayang Old Demon must have been lured out by Yuan Yao, so the sixth Dao Extreme Saint must have come from him. After whispering a few simple words, Yuan Yao calmed down again, showing a hesitant look, slowly took out a black bottle with cloud patterns from the storage bag, pretending to be extremely heartbroken and said, Senior, the two of us are willing to use this thing in exchange for your protection. When the black bottle with cloud patterns flew to 3 feet away from Manhuzi, he stopped it, and with a thought, he took off the bottle cap, and a wisp of black air floated out. Feeling the breath of this black air, Manhuzi, who was originally cautious, immediately widened his eyes, immediately covered the bottle cap, and took it into his hand with a surge of mana in his palm. Real demonic energy. King Yi Jushi deliberately exclaimed loudly, and he was even more greedy than before. This real demonic energy is a panacea for demon cultivators that is comparable to the pill of heaven making pills. After refining, it can not only greatly increase the power of demonic skills, but also make the cultivation level further. After the nascent soul stage, it is extremely difficult to improve the cultivation level, so any means that can improve the cultivation level will make the nascent soul stage cultivators desperately snatch it. The King Yi layman's exclamation was certainly not because of his bad character. He wanted to let Ji Yin behind him know, so that they could work together to get a share of the benefits, and he didn't want Manhuzi to take it all. But Ji Yin was silent at this time, just sitting cross-legged to heal his wounds, and had no intention of getting involved in the muddy water. Manhuzi put away the small bottle, glared at the King Yi layman, and said in a 3-point kinda tone, two young friends, is this the only bottle? Yuan Yao took a step back, and said with a vigilant face, Senior, if you refine more of the true demon energy, it will not have a greater effect. One bottle is enough for the senior to use. My ancestor and Senior Liu Dao only have one bottle each. The bottle presented to the senior was originally kept by the two of us for our own use. Please don't force it too much. Manhuzi nodded slightly. What Yuan Yao said was not much different from his inference. After learning that the two had the true demon energy in their hands, his attitude changed greatly. As an old demon himself, Manhuzi could naturally see through the thoughts of other old demons. If he had only killed the two descendants of Sanyang and Liu Dao today, the two old guys might not fight him to death. But if he killed the two disciples who returned with the real demonic energy, the two old guys would definitely come to his door. Since he couldn't kill them, he might as well protect them as the girl said, and also make a good relationship with the two old guys. But before making a decision, Manhuzi still communicated with Zuangu, as he was still not sure about the green lightning. Zuangu was indeed the oldest demon among the old demons, and he actually recognized the green lightning, and communicated with Manhuzi. The two of them didn't notice that Hanli, who had been silent and quietly moved to the back, had his eyes flashed twice. It was unknown what the two said, but Manhuzi immediately put aside his fear after hearing it. He laughed and said to the Jiyin patriarch who was meditating and healing his wounds without any hesitation, "Jiyin, are you dead? If you are not dead, quickly drive your fire python and cooperate with these three friends to get the treasure, so as to avoid more troubles at night." Jiyin was indeed an old demon who could kill Zuangu. He was not angry when Manhuzi shouted at him. He stood up with a normal look and fed his only remaining fire python another pill. It can be said that he was extremely obedient. At present, the relationship between the seriously injured Jiyin and Manhuzi was just like the relationship between Hanli and Jiyin before. They were both forced to obey because of their lives. It can be said that the situation changed. Luo Hong lay on Yuan Yao's back. Although they had successfully survived the hands of these three old demons, he did not relax at all. A greater crisis was still brewing. Chapter 186, The Land of Demons. Under the Xiangang cover, on the Hanli platform, Yuan Yao drove the fire dragon worm and joined the ranks of treasure seeking. The fire dragon worm spit out its long tongue, and together with the fire python, each entangled a tripod ear and cooperated with the blood jade spider to work together to successfully lift the Zushan tripod slowly. Although the three old demons who took the treasure were still the same, their attitudes had changed greatly. Jiyin, who was originally the most active, now had a sullen face, staring at the entrance of the cave filled with blue light, wondering what he was thinking. And King Yuijashi, who was originally the most careless, now looked eagerly waiting. Manhuzi was not a short-sighted person. Although he swallowed the real demon energy alone, he also hinted that he would give half of the treasure that originally belonged to Jiyin to King Yuijashi. Luo Hong lay on Yuan Yao's back and observed the situation all the time. He noticed the look in Han Lao Mo's eyes many times, but unfortunately the root cause of his body's inability to move was his Yuan Shen, so he was never able to communicate with Han Lao Mo through voice transmission. Han Lao Mo was so impatient because he thought that the addition of the fire dragon worm would make the treasure hunt end soon, that is, he would soon be of no use. But Luo Hong knew that this treasure hunt had just begun, and Wan Xianming and the other two would return soon, and the two elders of Xingang were also hiding in the dark, so there was no need to rush. Now that Yuan Yao was driving the fire dragon worm, Luo Hong gathered his mind and sank into the depths of Niwen Palace. On his Yuanshan light ball, a milky white jade plate the size of half a fist was floating, and the jade plate was covered with silver tadpole-shaped runes. It was extremely small, but it was extremely clear when he scanned it with his mind. Looking at this thing, Luo Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly. This opportunity was so important that he could hardly pick it up. Half an hour ago, because the fourth floor of the Dark Palace was much smaller than the first three floors, and there were no corpse refining ghosts blocking the way, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao quickly reached the fifth floor of the Dark Palace, which was the entrance to the Demon Sealing Land. Since they were already here, the two naturally had nothing to hesitate about, and sank directly through the black light curtain to the fifth floor. As soon as they were teleported, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao felt a bone-piercing chill, and even if they used some magic tools to drive away the cold, they could not resist it. Just when Yuan Yao didn't know what to do, Luo Hong's mind turned, and he thought of something, and he sacrificed a piece of white gauze, which immediately isolated the cold air. This gauze was made by Luo Hong using the spider silk of the blood jade spider obtained from Xianan. At that time, it was specially prepared in case of encountering a situation where he had to resist the dry blue ice flame. The combination of the Zushan Palace and the bone-piercing cold air made Luo Hong think of the dry blue ice flame at the first time. Judging from the effect of the white gauze, it was indeed the case. The two were teleported to the edge of the 5th floor. It was pitch black all around, and only a faint blue light was lit in the center. The soul restriction here was deepened by 1 level, and the two's consciousness could not leave the body even an inch. Luo Hong could only collect the blood puppet flying ants that were guarding him, and rely on the 5 senses to be vigilant. As Luo Hong took a step forward, a silver rune lit up under his feet. He felt that his whole body was scanned, and then the silver rune dimmed, and nothing else happened. Yuan Yao also took a step forward, and the same thing happened. After the two looked at each other, Yuan Yao slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist, and summoned the weeping soul beast. The weeping soul beast, which looked like a black monkey, wanted to have fun as soon as it appeared, roaring and shouting with great energy. Yuan Yao didn't like this beast and only regarded it as a tool. Naturally, he didn't consider its feelings, and immediately ordered it to explore the way. The weeping soul beast reluctantly walked forward, and every step forward, a silver rune flashed and disappeared under its feet. Luo Hong stared at the flashing silver runes with wide eyes, concentrating on them for a long time, and suddenly said to Yuan Yao beside him, "Miss Yuan, do you still feel like you are being spied on? Is it coming from the soul crying pearl?" "Indeed, brother Luo, have you figured out something?" Yuan Yao twisted her body uncomfortably. The feeling of being seen naked made her unhappy. These runes are only used for exploration, and neither the two of us nor the soul crying beast are what they want to explore, so they did not impose any attack restrictions. The ancient cultivator designed it this way, and he will certainly set up a restricted air formation here. "Miss Yuan, remember that you can only walk the rest of the way," Luo Hong warned weakly. "Brother Luo, what you said makes sense. Since we are accepted by the restrictions here, let's not cause any trouble and go to the center to explore quickly." Yuan Yao nodded and suggested. Luo Hong naturally agreed. The speed of the demonic energy eroding his heart seemed to be much faster than he expected because of his loss of blood essence. Enduring the feeling of being spied on again and again, the two walked quickly to the place where the blue light was emitted. There were 6 10-foot high dragon pillars standing here. These dragon pillars were all sealed by blue-black ice. Under the ice, the dragons held a ball of light of different colors in their mouths. The place where the dragon pillars stood was covered by a formation, so Luo Hong couldn't get too close, but after a quick glance, he still found that among the 6 light balls, 1 red and 1 black were not only a little smaller, but also dimmer than the rest. "Brother Luo, is this the place where the demons are sealed that you mentioned?" Yuan Yao looked at the scene in front of her with some doubts. In her opinion, this place where the ancient demons, that even ancient cultivators could not completely kill, were sealed was either gloomy and terrifying, filled with demonic energy, and looked like hell, or it should be a blessed place with spiritual energy and a fairyland. As a result, there were only 6 broken pillars sealed by ice, surrounding an inconspicuous small bluestone altar. This is a little different from what I imagined. This is only the place where the demon soul is sealed. The bodies of the 6 true demons are not here. However, I only have to deal with the demon soul, so it shouldn't be a big problem. As Luo Hong spoke, he walked around the edge of the formation. He had recognized that this was the Xianggang cover, which ranked 10th among the 10 ancient formations. He and Yuan Yao could not force their way through, so they could only find the entrance that was originally set up. However, he turned around and found nothing. When he felt that it didn't make sense, he suddenly remembered the jade token that helped him come here. As soon as Luo Hong took out the jade token, it suddenly flew out of his hand, flashing white light and sinking into the forbidden light film of the Xianggang cover. After 3 breaths, a small door for people to pass appeared in front of Luo Hong. "I think this jade token is something like an escort talisman, which will send the ancient demon of corresponding strength to the corresponding cell. The origin of the demon is strong, so Luo Hong has never been able to kill him, but it is also because of this that Luo Hong can obtain the qualification to enter the demon sealed land." The bluestone altar was very similar to the one Luo Hong had seen before, but it was a little smaller, only 5 meters high. After climbing up, he was on the same plane as the sealed demon soul. Above the altar was a square platform, and in the center of the platform was a circle of array patterns that Luo Hong looked very familiar with. Having had this experience, Luo Hong understood that this was the last time to verify his identity, so he walked up without hesitation. Chapter 187, Four-Sided Ruai Altar. After making his way to this demon-sealed land, Luo Hong was exhausted physically and mentally. His physical body, mana, and spiritual consciousness had all reached their limits. In order to save his life, he used his last bit of mana to control the demon arm and captured the demon. This is the four-sided Ruai altar. Junior, listen to me. The demon was obviously very familiar with and afraid of this small blue stone altar. Without any hesitation, he immediately gave in. But Luo Hong didn't give him a chance to seduce her. Just like before, he smashed him into the center of the array. The demon blood flowed out, and the array only absorbed a little bit of it before it lit up with a milky white light. Then, the array made a crackling sound of the mechanism turning. Junior, I will teach you all my life's unique skills. Let me go. I don't want to be refined by the old thief Wentian even if I die. Seeing that the four-sided Ruai altar began to operate, the demon struggled frantically, not hesitating to hurt himself. But it was futile. Self-mutilation could not break free from the restraints of the demon arm. The demon head knew this, but he still tried. It was obvious that he had run out of tricks and had completely lost his mind. Soon, the circular array pattern turned into a hole with a milky white light. A ray of light rolled out, bounced off the demon arm controlled by Luo Hong, and rolled the demon head into the hole. Luo Hong looked at this scene calmly, but suddenly a sharp pain came from his heart, causing him to kneel directly on the ground. It turned out that, because he had just used the glare magic mirror, the erosion speed of the demon energy was accelerated, and now it had invaded his mind. I must hold on, I can't fall down at this last moment. Luo Hong took a pill that stimulated his potential, and used all his magic power to gather in his mind for the last resistance. Now, Luo Hong's life depends on whether the demon head will be refined first, or he will be broken through by the demon energy first. After seeing Luo Hong suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood, Yuan Yao sat in meditation with a pale face, realizing that he was at a critical moment. But she couldn't help much at this time, and could only offer a black bottle with cloud patterns, ready to extract the evil spirit in Luo Hong's body at any time. Fortunately, the four-sided Ruai altar left by the ancient cultivator was indeed a treasure that could make the demon head change color and beg for mercy. In less than 10 breaths, Luo Hong suddenly felt that the erosion of the evil spirit slowed down suddenly. It was obvious that the demon head at the source of the evil spirit had been refined by the altar, and these evil spirits became ownerless. But he couldn't relax at this time. The ownerless evil spirit was also harmful to Luo Hong, but it was no longer so purposeful and deadly. If he didn't withdraw it as soon as possible, Luo Hong might be killed by it in his current physical condition. Fortunately, Luo Hong was not alone. Yuan Yao had been keeping a close eye on Luo Hong's condition, so she keenly noticed the changes in the evil spirit, and immediately cast a spell to extract the evil spirit, and smoothly extracted wisps of black air from Luo Hong's chest. After a short while, the demonic energy in Luo Hong's body was completely drained, but his body was still very weak, after being tormented by the demonic energy. Moreover, after solving the major problem in his heart, Luo Hong's mind could not help but relax, and he immediately felt drowsy. Well, since his vitality had been depleted anyway, there was no need to be stingy, and he should save his life first. Luo Hong shook his head helplessly, pinched the magic formula on his hands, and shouted softly, Yi Mu Changking, Yin and Yang are born. As Luo Hong performed the secret method, a strong vitality surged from his internal organs, nourishing his whole body. His body quickly recovered and healed under this vitality. Although this action could not replenish his lost essence and blood, it could prevent him from being too weak. Although most of this vitality came from the accumulation of practicing Yimu Chanking Gong, it also contained some of Luo Hong's vitality, otherwise it would not have achieved such a magical effect of resurrecting a dead tree. Therefore, even if he could get out of the Zushan Palace safely this time, Luo Hong would have to rest for a few years. Brother Luo, are you okay? Seeing Luo Hong use a secret method to instantly recover from his injuries, Yuan Yao was a little surprised, but she didn't ask much and handed over the cloud patterned black bottle that had just extracted the magic energy. These magic energy were entangled with Luo Hong's heart and blood, so Yuan Yao could only extract them together. The heart and blood of a cultivator is extremely important, and even the closest relatives cannot touch it, because as long as you are slightly proficient in spells, you can use the heart and blood to cast spells and kill people. It's okay for now. Thank you Miss Yuan for your help this time. Luo Hong will remember it in his heart. Luo Hong bowed his hands solemnly to express his gratitude. This time, it was extremely dangerous to break into the Zushan Dark Palace. He would never be able to get here alone. Brother Luo, you don't have to be polite. You have saved Yuan Yao many times. The matter was resolved, and Yuan Yao couldn't help but relax. Seeing Luo Hong thank him so seriously, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. She turned her head and looked at the milky white light cave with flashing rays of light. She asked curiously, Brother Luo, what will this altar refine the demon into? Will it integrate him into these blue mysterious ices? Luo Hong took off the dazzling magic mirror that he had embedded in his chest for 2 days. After a flash of his eyes, he guessed, maybe it will be refined into such an ancient treasure. Since this altar is called Ruai, it should be able to refine treasures according to people's wishes. I don't know how to control it. It is impossible to release spiritual consciousness here. Most of the time, it must be controlled by specific spells. Luo Hong tried to cast a few commonly used spells for refining and offering treasures, but there was no response. Just when Luo Hong was at a loss, he suddenly noticed that the circle of lines on the edge of the platform looked familiar. Could it be that the old thief Wentian mentioned by the demon is the owner of the ancient cave mansion I visited that year? Luo Hong had such an association because he remembered the forbidden wooden sign he got from the ancient cave mansion, which had the same lines as the edge of the platform. With a trite attitude, Luo Hong took out the forbidden wooden sign that had been gathering dust for many years. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took it out, the wooden sign spontaneously shot out a finger-thick beam of light. Luo Hong immediately felt a connection with the four-sided Ruai altar, and could clearly see the demon head being wrapped in the rays of light and refined. At this time, the demon head had no joy or sadness on his face, as if he was dead, but his demon soul was not extinguished, but his mind was refined, and he became like a spirit. Sure enough, this dazzling magic mirror also came from this altar. In this case, wouldn't I be able to get a treasure of the same level as the dazzling magic mirror? Luo Hong was delighted and tried to control the rays of light and analyze its operating principle, but he obviously didn't have the authority to do so. The rays of light ignored him at all, but some information was instilled into his soul. The four-sided Ruai altar is worthy of its name. Luo Hong only needs to set the requirements, and it can refine treasures by itself. It is really amazing. Luo Hong didn't have to think too much about what kind of ancient treasure to refine. The power of the magic weapon formed by the fusion of the demon skin drum and the white bone giant bell was absolutely reassuring. He only needed to solve the problem of driving difficulty, and he would have another trump card. To drive the drum and bell magic weapon, two conditions must be met. One is huge power, and the other is sufficient magic energy or blood essence. Huge power is easy to solve. Just set up some restrictions to increase power. Luo Hong knows several types, but they are definitely not magical enough. The latter is difficult. Luo Hong set the conditions with a thought, and the originally gentle glow became stronger, completely wrapping the demon head. After a few breaths, a faint red silk thread appeared. Luo Hong looked along the line, and saw that this red thread was actually connected to the red light ball trapped on the Panlong pillar. That must be the original body of the demon head. Luo Hong suddenly realized that the reason why the demon head could not die was because the original body provided him with power. At present, in order to meet Luo Hong's treasure refining requirements, the four-sided Ruai altar is refining and transforming the secret technique of the demon head's original body so that he can become the source of power for the ancient treasure. Although the demon head's original body is extremely powerful, he is trapped in the black ice at this time and has no ability to resist. He can only watch his soul become a weapon spirit, and he will also suffer. However, at this time, there was a sudden shock, and the blue-black ice that sealed the Panlong pillar made a strange sound. The 6 sealed demon souls fluctuated violently, obviously trying to take the opportunity to break free from the seal. Among them, the demon head's original body was the most crazy. He flashed red light quickly, as if he was about to perform some secret technique. The red line that seemed to be there and not there trembled, as if it would break at the next moment. But then a ray of light rolled out and stabilized the red line again. Brother Luo, what happened? The scene of the 6 demon souls agitated together was too horrifying. Yuan Yao couldn't imagine the result of being escaped by these demon souls, and he couldn't help but step back in horror. Someone mentioned the Zushending. Luo Hong knew a lot after all, and guessed the source of the change at once. The Zushending was a rare treasure in ancient times. There must be a reason why the ancient cultivators did not take it away before leaving the human world, and this reason is now in front of them. The Zushending and the Qianlun Bingayan were both left in the human world to suppress the demon souls. However, after Han Lao Emo took the tripod and put away the flame, the Chaos Star Sea did not suffer from the demon calamity. It is obvious that the ancient cultivators have a backup plan in addition to the Zushending and the Qianlun Bingayan. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's mind immediately settled down and waited and watched. Sure enough, these demon souls did not make a fuss for a while, and a milky white light ball rose from the cave in front of Luo Hong, and countless silver runes on the Panlong pillar lit up, and the dragon's mouth suddenly closed, locking the 6 demon souls tightly. At the same time, the speed of refining treasures in the 4-sided Ruai altar suddenly increased. After the red line condensed, it disappeared. A drumstick with a demon head as the hammerhead and a white bone as the handle, about 1 foot long, slowly floated in front of Luo Hong. This thing should be the core of the 4-sided Ruai altar. What kind of magical power can create such a magical thing? The wisdom of the ancient cultivators should not be underestimated. Even if the Zushending and the Qianlun Bingayan are gone, this thing alone can stop the 6 real demons. Luo Hong happily took the demon hammer and was about to leave this place with Yuan Yao, but unexpectedly, the milky white light ball floating in the air flashed twice and flew straight towards him. The speed of this thing was extremely fast, and it happened suddenly. Luo Hong had no time to dodge and was hit by it in the middle of his eyebrows. Then, Luo Hong was distracted and saw a scene that made his soul tremble. Chapter 188, Escape and the Inevitable. In the 6 huge jade altars, 500-foot tall true demon bodies were sleeping. However, in one place, where a true demon body should have been sleeping, there was a huge blood ball squirming. It would be fine if it was just that. True demons, no matter how inhuman they looked, Luo Hong could understand. But it was very abnormal that a giant arm would condense from the blood bowl from time to time to bombard the jade altar that trapped him. Especially the jade altar, which had cracks under its bombardment, was even more deadly. Could it be the disintegration and transformation method? Luo Hong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. If this situation continued, the ancient demon bred in the blood ball would sooner or later break free. Just as he was thinking this, these sudden illusions disappeared from Luo Hong's eyes. He hurriedly looked inside to find the milky white light ball that had drilled into his body. This was not difficult, because the other party had no intention of hiding. In the Niwen Palace, above Luo Hong's Yuanshan, the milky white light ball was scattering dots of light. This ghost thing actually intends to place a ban on my soul. Luo Hong was suddenly shocked and immediately resisted, but the power of this ban was far beyond his imagination. With his soul at the 4th level of evolution, he could only delay it, and could not prevent the formation of the ban. At the critical moment, Luo Hong was inspired and drove many of his spirits to build a defense line outside the soul. Those milky white ban light spots fell on his spirits one after another and soon formed a band similar to the ban magic. Then, a stream of information poured into his spirits. It turned out that Luo Hong accidentally became the chosen cultivator. He must rely on the treasure in the milky white light ball to suppress or kill the ancient demon that escaped within the time limit, and then return the treasure to this place. Otherwise the ban will be activated and kill his soul. Of course, Perhaps the ancient cultivator did not expect that there would be a genius named Dayan Shenjin among the younger generation of cultivators, so he did not expect that a cultivator could have hundreds of spirits. Even if the ban breaks out, Luo Hong will only lose nearly half of his soul. Although this will also cause him great pain, it is much better than losing his life. Fortunately, the time limit is 300 years, and Luo Hong does not have to face the choice between his life and nearly half of his soul immediately. The milky white light ball gradually dissipated. Luo Hong was full of curiosity. He wanted to know what the backup plan left by the ancient cultivator was. He was confident that future generations would use this thing to solve the ancient demon that had escaped. The light ball was about to dissipate, and the outline of the treasure inside was revealed. It was a fist-sized jade plate. There was a clear break on the top of this jade plate, which was obviously incomplete. What? It was just a defective product. Luo Hong resisted the urge to curse, and recalled whether there was a record of an incomplete, but powerful treasure in the classics he had read. Wait. Jade plate. Incomplete. Isn't there a description of a treasure that meets these 2 points in the relief on the wall of the huge pit in the Ghost Resentment Land? Luo Hong remembered that the mighty man from the spirit world had sacrificed a treasure in the shape of a plate, which broke into 2 pieces after defeating the long sword sacrificed by the mighty man from the demon world. This should be one of the halves. No wonder the ancient cultivator was so confident. It turned out to be a treasure from the spirit world. Just as he was thinking, the ball of light completely dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the object wrapped. The jade plate was milky white, and the surface was covered with extremely tiny silver tadpole characters, which could not be seen by the naked eye, but could be clearly seen by the divine sense. This. Luo Hong couldn't believe what he saw. Before he could laugh out loud, a restraining force from the jade plate suppressed his soul. In an instant, the connection between his soul and his body was blocked to a point. All this happened in Luo Hong's Niwen Palace. It took a long time for Luo Hong, but for the outside world, it only took a few breaths. Therefore, in Yuan Yao's view, not long after the milky white ball of light entered Luo Hong's forehead, he swayed and collapsed to the ground. "Brother Luo, are you okay?" Yuan Yao said anxiously, and took a step forward to support Luo Hong. Luo Hong couldn't control his body at this time, and fell on Yuan Yao's shoulder like a pile of mud, barely uttering a word in her ear. Run. The reason for this is that there are restrictions set by the ancient cultivators to seal the ancient demon on the jade plate. Before Luo Hong refines it, he will also be affected by the restrictions, so the connection between the soul and the body is cut off. The method of refining isn't the information transmitted earlier, but comprehending the formula and refining the jade plate cannot be completed in a short time, and the ancient demon may escape at any time and anywhere. So Luo Hong's last warning is to let Yuan Yao run for his life. Just at this time, a teleportation array suddenly appeared. Since you want to run, it must be the fastest to use the teleportation array. Yuan Yao panicked and didn't think much. She carried Luo Hong, who was seriously injured, and walked into the teleportation array. After that, there was a tense game with the 3 old demons. Back to the present, while everyone was taking the treasure, Luo Hong had already comprehended the refining formula and quietly refined the restrictions on the half of the golden jade book. The effect of the formula was very obvious. As soon as he refined 1/10, Luo Hong's soul and body had re-established a preliminary connection. In this way, it was no longer a problem to stand on his own, but Luo Hong had no intention of getting off Yuan Yao's back. The later he was exposed to the fact that he had recovered his ability to move, the more beneficial it would be for him and Yuan Yao. Just as Luo Hong was concentrating on refining the golden jade book, a light sound of squeaking came from behind. Although the sound was not loud, all the people present were high-level cultivators with sharp ears and eyes, and at this time everyone was concentrating on taking the treasure. No one made a sound, so the slight sound immediately alerted everyone. Han Lao was startled at first, and then secretly showed a happy expression and looked back. The barbarian man cursed loudly, but he was not panicked. He said angrily, "It must be those 3 hypocrites of Wanshanming who have returned. How long will it take to get the Zushanding?" Jiyan looked calm, as if it had nothing to do with him, whether the Zushanding could be taken out or not. he said calmly. Although most of the Zushanding has been taken out, the suction force in the cave will be stronger as we go to the back. It cannot be taken out in a short time. It's too late. If a fight breaks out later, I will try my best to use the green thorn bird to entangle the turtle. Ji Yin, you should also release your Shyandu corpse, and I will give you the cold dragon. King Yi Jushi seemed to be discussing, but in fact his tone was very impolite. Ji Yin didn't know what he was up to. Being bullied by King Yi Jushi, not only did he not get angry, but he flicked his sleeves and released the 13 Shyandu corpses, looking like he was willing to lose money. Soon, accompanied by footsteps, one Xianming, Xian Wuzi and the black-clothed old farmer walked out of the cold. When they saw the blood jade spider pulling the Zushanding, their eyes became hot. This sect master is surprised that brother man is so easy to talk to this time. It turns out that he is so well prepared. Well, blood jade spider, alien fire python, adult fire dragon worm, haha, it's too complete. Brother man has a good chance, unlike this sect master who has been searching for many years and only found some golden silkworms to make up the number. Fortunately, this sect master is meticulous, otherwise this Zushanding would really be taken by you demons. One Xianming made a strange cry, and suddenly a grey fossil beast emerged from an ordinary stone slab and flew into his sleeve. Obviously, it was with this beast that one Xianming was able to appear just when the demons were halfway through taking the treasure. As soon as one Xianming arrived, he proposed to divide the Zushanding equally, but Luo Hong knew that this was impossible. When the Zushanding approached the cave in trance, the ancient treasures in the Bushandan inner would escape due to their own spirituality. It would be a big fight at that time. Luo Hong didn't want to be affected, so he immediately asked Yuan Yao to retreat further. Sure enough, after just a few words, the good and evil sides started fighting. The one who provoked the war was Ji Yin, who had always been very peaceful. Just now, he caught Xian Wu's words and provoked him twice. His figure turned around and released a large group of Zuanai and demonic energy, wrapped around 13 Xiandu corpses and killed them. When he started, one Xianming and the old farmer in black also sacrificed their magic weapons and displayed their magical powers to fight against Manhuzi and King Yi Jushi respectively. However, because the Zushanding had not yet been born, the fight between the two sides seemed fierce, but in fact it was far from the level of fighting for life. Luo Hong was not interested in the ancient treasure that escaped from the Zushanding. He had half of the Bushan pill in his hand, so although he was accidentally teleported to Han Lite, Luo Hong's idea of running away did not change. Yuan Yao did not dare to think of snatching treasures from the Yuanying cultivators. At this time, she wanted to go to the treasure room, where the soul-nourishing wood was hidden. The two of them once again made peace. During the period of the two sides fighting, Luo Hong had already refined the restrictions on the half-jink jade book. Not only did he fully recover his ability to move, but he was also able to use it against the enemy. Although Luo Hong and Yuan Yao had intervened, the timeline did not change much. When the Zushanding approached the cave in trance, a giant flame wolf rushed out first, officially opening the prelude to the life and death fight between the Yuanying cultivators of both sides. Luo Hong knew that the jade ruai wrapped by the giant flame wolf was extraordinary and was a treasure second only to the Zushanding, but he did not intend to snatch it. At his signal, Yuan Yao avoided the direction where the flame wolf fled. The same thing happened when the two ancient treasures rushed out together, so soon there was no one around them. Luo Hong's idea was simple. When the Bushandan appeared, they would follow the Yuanying stage monks to escape from the 5th floor. Then, with the map in Yuan Yao's hand, they would find the treasure room, where the soul-nurturing wood was, take the treasure and run away. Never meet the ancient demon who escaped from the trap. Never. Of course, when you get to the treasure room, you can wait for Han Lao Mo appropriately to avoid killing him. Unfortunately, plans can never keep up with changes. I don't know what Manhuzi was thinking when he was snatching a handful of copper coins emitting white light from Xian Wuzi and the old farmer in black. He deliberately threw the treasure in the direction of Luo Hong and the two, attracting the two righteous Yuanying monks to fly over with murderous intent. Now, even if the two had no intention of taking the treasure, they had to take action. Otherwise they would be killed by these two people, and they would die unjustly. Chapter 189 To Killings. In the eyes of Xian Wuzi and the black-clothed old farmer, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao were not only people of the devil, but also the culprits who destroyed their use of the golden silkworm to obtain treasure. Therefore, when the two found that the ancient treasure was flying towards Luo Hong and the others, they did not hesitate at all, and attacked the two people with their own means. Although it was done conveniently, they did not hold back at all, and it was obvious that they had the intention of getting rid of Luo Hong and the others. The black-clothed old farmer waved the willow branch in his hand, and suddenly dense green vine shadows rolled out, as if to swallow Luo Hong and the others. Xian Wuzi was about to use the magic power of the short ruler in his hand, but unexpectedly, the barbarian beard behind him used a secret technique at this time, condensing a golden giant palm behind him, and suddenly slapped it. This giant palm was obviously the magic power of the two ocean magic skill. Xian Wuzi did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly changed from attack to defense, turned around and threw the short ruler in his hand to block in front of him. Hanli Terrace is only a few hundred feet long and wide. This distance is within reach for the old monster in the nascent soul stage. At the critical moment, Yuan Yao had no time to think, and subconsciously used the same trick again. With the great power of the soul-snatching true demon spirit, the essence of the demon hammer, and the magic energy, he drove the magic bell drum and shot out a thick green lightning. Seeing this, the old farmer in black snorted coldly. The fossil beast saw that Yuan Yao had severely injured Jiyan with this magical power. He naturally knew it, but he didn't care too much. After all, no matter how magical the treasure is, the cultivation level of the person who drives it is there, and the magical power it stimulates is destined not to be too strong. As long as he is careful not to use the magic weapon to take the green lightning, with his cultivation level in the nascent soul stage, it should be effortless to kill the two. However, the scene that happened next shocked him. I saw that the green lightning touched the vine shadows all over the sky, and it destroyed them like a mad dragon, and went straight to the old farmer in black. Shocked, the old farmer in black made a wrong choice. He seemed to treasure the willow branch in his hand so much that he was reluctant to use it to block the green lightning. Instead, he used his magical power to protect himself, and condensed a layer of emerald green shield around him. The next moment, the green lightning came, and with a loud boom, the emerald green shield condensed by the old farmer in black broke, and the remaining green lightning invaded his body, causing the mana in his meridians to dissipate. For a while, he was unable to use any magical power, and most of his cultivation was wasted. Here, a loud shout suddenly came from behind, and a golden ring shot out. It turned out that Manhuzi seemed to have expected this result from the old farmer in black, and seized this fatal opportunity to suddenly sacrifice his magic weapon. Dao Aozu, be careful. Although Xian Wuzi shouted urgently, he was entangled by Manhuzi, and could not save him at all. The black-clothed old farmer's eyes were bloodshot, but he finally used his magic power to dodge the fatal blow before the golden ring came. However, the price was that his meridians were severely damaged. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Friend Zhu, there is something strange about those two youngsters. I will protect you and reunite with Sect Master 1. Xian Wuzi saw that the black-clothed old farmer was seriously injured and immediately gave up the idea of robbing the treasure with Manhuzi. After struggling to shake off Manhuzi with one move, he came to the side of the black-clothed old farmer and said in a deep voice. Watching Xian Wuzi and the black-clothed old farmer retreat, Manhuzi showed a sinister smile of success and did not bother to chase them. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Yao, who had already collected the copper coin ancient treasure, with a half smile, and did not ask the two for the ancient treasure, but flew to meet the two Jiyin who were scared away by the Xian Luo fake thunder. Brother Luo, what's going on? Although the copper coin in her hand was full of spirituality and seemed extraordinary, Yuan Yao felt it was very hot. She didn't think that Manhuzi would be kind enough to give her an ancient treasure. There must be something fishy about it. It seems that the old demon man has recognized the origin of the green lightning, so he deliberately lured the old farmer in black to attack us. He is so deliberate that he doesn't hesitate to use an ancient treasure as bait to weaken the righteous path. He must have a bigger plan. This old demon is either interested in the Bushandan or the Zushanding. The bottle of true demon energy has really fed his appetite. Luo Hong was outside the game and saw through Man Hugh's thoughts at once. Although Ji Yin took the initiative to provoke a dispute and tried to gain an advantage in the chaos, he was seriously injured and showed a declining trend in the fight just now. Man Hughes didn't want to fight two people alone, so he naturally had to find an opportunity to severely injure one of the righteous people. Miss Yuan, don't worry too much. Keep the treasures and act accordingly. Luo Hong stared at the cave mouth that was spewing blue light. The top cover of the Zushending had reached the cave mouth. If it was a little bit longer, the ding would appear. That meant who's there? Come out to me. Man Hughes glared with his tiger eyes and waved his fist. A golden giant fist smashed into the empty air. Then, a green light shield appeared and blocked the golden giant fist. In the light shield, a figure in white slowly revealed his figure. It was the junior brother of the two elders of the Crossing Palace. Haha, I didn't expect that the appearance of the Zushending would trigger such a strong cold air. I only used a little trick to let brother man discover it. I admire you. After the Crossing Palace's supreme elder appeared, he was not afraid of the cannibalistic eyes of the 6 Yuan period cultivators and even had the mind to laugh. No, there's another person. Be careful, Hanli. King Yi Jushi was the first to react and shouted. Everyone looked at Hanli when they heard this and saw two crescent sword ki as high as a person shooting towards Hanli and the blood jade spider respectively. The speed of these two sword ki was too fast and it was a sneak attack, so none of the 6 nascent soul cultivators from both the righteous and evil sides had time to stop them. They could only watch the blood jade spider being cut in half and killed on the spot while Hanli was chopped away by the sword ki and his life or death was unknown. At this time, only Luo Hong remained calm. He was waiting for the Bushan Dan to appear so that he could take the opportunity to escape. But the Xingang elder who attracted everyone's attention suddenly looked fierce, sacrificed the sword, and immediately shot out a more fierce sword ki, heading straight for Luo Hong. Not good. This sword really surprised Luo Hong, and Yuan Yao's reaction was also half a beat slower, and it was too late to drive the magic bell drum. Seeing that this sword ki was about to split Luo Hong and Yuan Yao in half, Luo Hong was in a hurry and sacrificed the half of the Jink Jade book that had not been fully refined. In an instant, a hemispherical shield appeared in front of the two men, and the crescent sword energy slashed on it, bursting out a dazzling white light. Then it exploded with a bang, and the two men were blown away. The junior brother of the two elders of the Xingang Palace saw that his sword did not kill the two men, and a trace of regret flashed across his face. Without waiting for the revenge of the Yuan old monsters of the righteous and evil paths present, the figures of the two elders of the Xingang Palace turned into starlight and disappeared, leaving only two talismans with gold background and silver patterns. Incarnation talisman. His great-grandfather Xingang. Really don't have any shame. Being disturbed by the two elders of the Xingang Palace, Man Hugh's painstaking plan was in vain, and he immediately started cursing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Escape from the Demonic Body. In the darkness, the two elders of Xingang opened their eyes at the same time, and the senior brother said with a sigh, "It was a close call. If we hadn't followed, the Zushending would have really fallen into the hands of the true and demonic parties. It's a pity that they found out too early. Otherwise, when they were both defeated, my two brothers would have secretly taken action and would have taken the Zushending and made an unparalleled contribution to our Xingang." The junior brother shook his head slowly, looking very sad. Junior brother, don't force it. The Yuan old monsters of the righteous and evil ways are not easy to mess with. Even if they are both defeated, it is hard to guarantee that they have no desperate means left. It is too risky for us to fight 6 with 2 people. It is better to wait for 300 years when the Zushan Palace appears again and let the young master Yu take it personally. By then, it will definitely be safe. The senior brother stroked his beard and said lovingly, "Brother is right. It is not time for the Void Sky Cauldron to appear in the world. However, I don't know what kind of opportunity that demon got from the Void Sky Palace. Not only did he trick the Yuan stage cultivator twice, but he was able to withstand my full strength attack. He may become a big trouble in the future. The junior brother frowned. He didn't care much about Man Huzi and Wan Xianming. Although these old monsters all have great magical powers, their lifespan is not much, and they can't threaten the young master. On the contrary, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao seem to be about the same age as the young master. If they condense the Yuan in the future, they will be 100 times more difficult to deal with than today. Such threats must be nipped in the bud. Unfortunately, although the incarnation talisman is magical, the means that the condensed incarnation can use are too few, so an opportunity was missed. That green lightning, brother, seems to have some impression, as if I have seen it in some ancient book. This magical power is really strange and powerful. After returning, I must check it out. Speaking of this, the senior brother's face also sank. Well, we should start now, otherwise it will be troublesome if the 6 old monsters rush out to find us in anger. After the junior brother said this, the two of them pinched the magic formula at the same time, and their figures quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the Hanley platform, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao struggled to get up from the ground. The attack from the Elder of the Zingan just now really made them walk on the road to the underworld. After the Jade card helped them block the attack, it escaped back to Luo Hong's Nuan Palace by itself, so no one knew how he blocked the Crescent Sword energy. Of course, no one would care whether Luo Hong and the others were dead or not at this time, because as soon as the Blood Jade Spider was killed, the Zushending immediately began to fall rapidly. The treasure grabbing matter failed again. Just as the Yuan old monsters of both the righteous and the evil sides were unwilling to accept the reality, the falling Zushending suddenly made a buzzing sound, and then a ball of 5-colored light rushed out, flew directly above the cave entrance, and hovered there. Bushan Dan. The 6 old monsters exclaimed almost at the same time, and in the blink of an eye they turned into 6 different colored escape lights. But before they reached the halfway point, the 6 escape lights intertwined together, and none of them could move forward. Zushanding had not been taken out, and there was only one Bushan Dan, so naturally everyone wanted it. At this time, everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of Bushan Dan, and no one paid attention to the vibration caused by Zushanding falling back to the bottom of the cave. Luo Hong's eyes suddenly blurred, and an illusion of a broken and collapsed bluestone altar appeared. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Zushanding was heavy, the giant tower in the inner hall was even larger. In theory, even if Zushanding smashed through 1 or 2 floors, the giant tower should not shake. However, Zushanding was the key link in the demon sealing array in the Zushan Hall. Once it moved, the entire array would be affected. Although the loss of Zushanding would not make the demon sealing array ineffective, it would certainly greatly reduce its power. When the Blood Jade Spider was killed, and the Void Heaven Cauldron fell, making the center of the formation unstable, the power of the demon sealing formation was weakened to the extreme. The blood-colored giant fist that kept bombarding the Green Jade altar took the opportunity to break the seal. Countless cracks appeared on the Green Jade altar, and the next moment the entire altar began to fall apart. At this time, the huge blood bowl in the center of the Green Jade altar suddenly shrank inward, and in a few breaths it changed into an ancient demon that was almost the same size as an ordinary person, but with red skin, 2 horns on its head, and 4 arms on its ribs. Before the Green Jade altar completely collapsed, the ancient demon rushed out, his eyes full of pure hatred, scanning the 5 quiet altars around him. Suddenly, the space restriction in the Void Heaven Palace erupted, and a fierce blow light swept over, teleporting the 4-armed ancient demon out of the sealed place. The 4-armed ancient demon's eyes blurred, and he came to a place filled with grey mist. At this time, he bared his teeth, opened his forearms, and made a fierce and threatening gesture, like an uneasy beast that had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment. In fact, it is not wrong to say that this 4-armed ancient demon is a beast. At this moment, he is in a state of having a body but no soul, acting entirely on the instincts of his demon body, and only the most profound memories remain in his mind. After realizing that there was no threat around, the 4-armed ancient demon calmed down, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but then his nose twitched and sensed a familiar breath. Without any hesitation, the four-armed ancient demon soared into the air, turned into a blood shadow, and flew in the direction of the breath. The forbidden air bang here was sensed, and a silver lightning immediately descended. But this silver lightning, that could split a giant unstage cultivator into ashes, and make a Yuanying stage-old monster walk obediently, hit the four-armed ancient demon, and only made him frown. The four-armed ancient demon continued to fly without slowing down, and more silver lightning struck, wrapping him into a ball of electricity. But this not only failed to stop the four-armed ancient demon, but also saved him from the trouble of being harassed by the ghosts in this place, and reached the source of the breath faster. I saw a huge pit full of corpses appeared in front of the four-armed ancient demon. It turned out that this was the place of ghosts. At this time, the soul-catching flying spirits, who should have been irrational, actually showed some fear. The size of the soul ball they gathered kept shrinking, precisely because they all kept drilling into the soul ball. The four-armed ancient demon stared at the soul ball above his head, and then hummed, and a blood-colored beam of light shot out of his nostrils and shot into the soul ball. In an instant, all the soul-catching flying spirits screamed, and the speed of the soul ball shrinking increased sharply. After the four-armed ancient demon used a little trick, he no longer cared about it. With a force on his feet, he jumped from the edge of the huge pit to the center of the huge pit. He followed the breath to a dark red rune altar. Looking at the empty altar, a nameless anger rose from his chest. The four-armed ancient demon subconsciously looked around, looking for a target to vent his anger, and happened to see the relief on the pit wall. He blinked his eyes, and the relief thousands of feet away seemed to be in front of him, becoming extremely clear. The relief depicted the ancient war that led to his sealing. This memory was so unforgettable that the four-armed ancient demon recognized it instantly. The four-armed ancient demon rushed to the pit wall and threw a punch. The restrictions on the pit wall flashed rapidly and then were destroyed by his brute force. A large area of the pit wall collapsed as a result, like a landslide. Before the four-armed ancient demon threw a second punch, the restrictions in the giant pit reacted, and countless chains covered with silver runes drilled out from the pit wall and wrapped around the four-armed ancient demon's body like a spirit snake. In the blink of an eye, it was wrapped into a chain ball, and bursts of terrifying roars came from it. Chapter 191 The Powerful Demon. The chain ball slowly shrank inward like a giant python, obviously wanting to strangle the four-armed ancient demon, but it only shrank 2 or 3 points before it stopped moving. Then, a strong blood light was revealed in spots, and soon the chain ball exploded with a loud bang, revealing the four-armed ancient demon that had grown to 4 or 5 feet tall. Most of the chains that exploded were destroyed, but the remaining ones, after being shaken away for dozens of feet, persevered in wrapping around the four-armed ancient demon. The four-armed ancient demon, who used his magical power to transform himself into a small giant, did not dodge. With his 4 hands forming claws, he sucked the many chains that were wrapped around him into his hands. Then, blood-colored magic light erupted from his hands, spreading along these forbidden chains to their roots. Wherever the bloodlight flowed, the silver runes on the chains were stained into dark red without resisting twice. In a short moment, the many chains in the hands of the four-armed ancient demon turned into light spots and dissipated. The figure of the four-armed ancient demon blurred and turned back to its original form. He uttered a magic spell, and suddenly a chain of 4 or 5 feet long covered with dark red runes emerged from the pit wall and wrapped around one of his right arms. Obviously, the forbidden treasure left by the ancient cultivator was contaminated by the magic power of the four-armed ancient demon and became his own. After this, the anger of the four-armed ancient demon finally subsided. He raised his arms together, and 2 escape lights flew from the sky and the ground. The one in the sky was a fist-sized white round bead made of countless soul-catching flying spirits. The four-armed ancient demon summoned it and swallowed it into his stomach. The one on the ground was the altar for refining the magic skin drum, which was reduced by dozens of times and only the size of a palm. The four-armed ancient demon held up the small altar, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red demon blood. The altar that absorbed the demon blood immediately lit up with a faint red light. After a few breaths, a bloody ghost baby with exposed fangs crawled out, sat on the top of the altar, pointed in a direction and shouted sharply. The red face of the four-armed ancient demon flashed with joy, and his hand lit up with blood. The altar sank into his palm and then flew away quickly in the direction pointed by the blood baby. At the exit of the ghost resentment land, in the garden full of exotic flowers and plants, 7 cultivators were meditating in the Jade Pavilion. They were the cultivators who only passed through the ghost resentment land and went to the Zushan secret realm to pick up spiritual medicine during this trip to the Zushan palace, and did not go to the ice and fire road. Although their journey to the Zushan palace stopped here, unless they entered the treasure room of the inner palace to take the treasure, no matter where they stopped, they had to be teleported out with the others. There are 8 jade pavilions in the garden. It stands to reason that 1 pavilion for each of the 7 immortal cultivators is too much, but they would rather leave 3 jade pavilions empty and squeeze into the remaining pavilions in groups of 2 or 3. Because, in the Jade Pavilion in the center, a beautiful woman in purple clothes is sitting cross-legged, and at this moment, she is using her magic power to refine a snow-white longsword. The aura she exudes is that of an immortal cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. This beautiful woman is a Taoist partner of the 6 Paths Saint, known as Madame Wen. She has a changeable and unpredictable temperament. She often draws her sword to kill people when she disagrees with someone. Therefore, the other 6 giant unstage cultivators in the garden stay away from her to avoid unnecessary disasters. The spiritual energy in the Zushan palace is rich, far exceeding that of the outside world. Although they have to sit here for more than a month, everyone does not feel uncomfortable, but rather enjoys it. However, a sudden white light broke the silence and peace of the garden. The 7 people present came here from this white light and naturally recognized that this was the scene when the teleportation array in the Zushan palace was in effect. This made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. It had been nearly 10 days. Could there still be fellow practitioners trying to break through the barrier? Was he practicing in seclusion in the land of ghosts? Just as everyone was surprised, a strange man with red skin and black armor, 2 horns on his head, and 4 arms on his ribs walked out of the teleportation array. After seeing the 7 cultivators staring at him, he immediately grinned, and a sound like thunder came from his stomach. For a moment, the cultivators, including Madame Wen, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and felt that they were being targeted by their natural enemies. So, everyone offered their magic weapons at the same time, and Madame Wen even offered her long sword above her head with a sullen face, as if she was going to attack with all her strength immediately. But because of the fear in their hearts, no one dared to be the first to take action. The 4-armed ancient demon felt that his stomach was empty, and he was so hungry that he stepped forward, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. After walking a few steps, the restrictions in the Zushan palace were triggered again. Several silver lightning bolts struck him, but before they could reach him, they were deflected by a layer of light film swung out by the black armor and hit the empty space. Everyone was shocked. This weirdo was not even afraid of the restrictions of the Zushan palace. What kind of magical power was that? How could they, the giant unstage cultivators, be his opponent? They all looked at Madame Wen in the central Jade Pavilion. At this moment, Madame Wen had lost her usual coldness and arrogance. Her face was pale, and she trembled slightly as she said, "Impossible. It must be that old bastard Liu Dao who is bullying me again. How can there be a real demon in this world?" The silver lightning just now illuminated the face of the 4-armed ancient demon clearly. Madame Wen immediately recognized that the face of this demon was the same as the powerful real demon, one of the 6 real magic forms summoned by her husband, the 6 Paths Supreme Saint, in the magic skills he practiced. Coupled with the palpitation of encountering a natural enemy, Madame Wen instantly realized that the other party was the powerful real demon, but she really didn't dare to believe it in her heart, and she didn't want to believe it. The great power demon had just broken the seal, and was forced to use the demon clan's disintegration and transformation technique. His demon body was extremely weak. He faced the silver lightning, and moved close to Madame Wen. It was obvious that he wanted to take the flesh and blood of this nascent soul cultivator for nourishment. At this moment, Madame Wen was afraid, and under the great terror between life and death, she also attacked angrily. She poured her magic power into the long sword above her head without reservation. With the point of the sword split into many sword shadows, with amazing spiritual fluctuations, slashing towards the great power demon. Madam Wen was a rare sword cultivator among the demon cultivators, and she was a very pure sword cultivator. Her cultivation was all tied to the sword, so the sword at this moment was her full strength attack. Facing the sword shadows all over the sky, the great power demon threw out the forbidden chain he had just obtained, twisted it in front of him, and the blood-colored halo that was emitted destroyed all the sword shadows in the sky. Then, the demonic energy around her body surged, and a huge suction force burst out from her palms, falling on the long sword hidden in the sword shadow. In an instant, the magic sword that Madam Wen had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years was captured by the great power demon. No. At this moment, Madam Wen was heartbroken. She remembered that her husband often used the great power demon to fight against the enemy, and hurriedly drove the magic sword, not hesitating to waste blood and essence to let it break free. But the great power demon laughed grimly, and bloodlight flashed on his palms. He twisted Madam Wen's magic sword like twisting a twist, making it buzz continuously. It broke into pieces before it lasted for a few breaths. The life magic weapon is connected to the mind of the cultivator. Madam Wen felt the same way when the magic sword was destroyed, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. Before she could catch her breath, the great power demon had come to her, smashed her protective magic weapon with one punch, and went straight to her dungeon with another punch. Mrs. Wen was so scared that she immediately let her nascent soul leave her body without a care in the world. She immediately used the magical power of teleportation to escape more than 10 feet away. Just as she was about to use the magical power again, she suddenly felt that her nascent soul was like falling into a quagmire and could not move. Looking back, she saw vortices turning in the palms of the 4 powerful demons, and the suction force that erupted could actually imprison the nascent soul. She immediately showed a look of despair. Chapter 192, The Temptation of Mysterious Bone. On Hanli Terrace, the battle caused by the Bushan Dan became more and more intense. The 6 old monsters used all their means. For a while, the sky above Hanli Terrace became a battlefield of secret arts and magic weapons. There were constant airwaves exploding. Even if a giant unstage cultivator got a little closer, he would be seriously injured. On Han Laomo's side, Zhu Gu and Wu Chao had also fought. However, unlike Wu Chao who had already used all his skills, Zhu Gu was obviously more than capable. He even had time to pay attention to Han Laomo's movements and call out his attempt to escape in the chaos. Soon, the stalemate made Wan Xianming lose his patience. He made up his mind to order Han Jiao to protect his body and used Xianluo's Enlui to hold Man Huzi. His Yuan Ying left his body to perform the teleportation magic and took the Bushan Dan in his hands. But Man Huzi had a rare treasure called Thunder Absorbing Pearl, which could greatly weaken the power of lightning magic. Therefore, before Wan Xianming's nascent soul returned to his physical body with the Bushan Dan, he captured Wan Xianming's physical body and threatened Wan Xianming with it, forcing him to hand over the Bushan Dan. As soon as the Bushan Dan was in hand, Man Huzi did not want to fight Wan Xianming to death, so he did not kill him directly, but smashed Wan Xianming's physical body against the wall of the cover, and took the opportunity to fly to the stone steps at the entrance of the Xiangang cover. Without Wan Xianming, a formidable enemy who was equal to him, Man Huzi relied on his strong physical body and the magic of his body protecting magic to resist the attacks of Xian Wuzi and the old farmer in black, and successfully escaped from the stone steps. Seeing that the Bushan Dan was about to fall into Man Huzi's hands, the other 5 people could not be willing to give up, and almost chased after him in no particular order. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Hong and 5 other giant unstage cultivators were left on the Hanli Terrace, where the battle was so earth-shattering. Ji Yin left to Xiandu demon corpses to allow Wu Chao to fight against several people, but Zhu Gu obviously did not take them seriously. He glanced at Han Li, turned to Luo Hong and Yuan Yao in the distance and said, "My 2 fellow Taoists, you have seriously injured Ji Yin this time. He must hate you to the bone, and you will be harmed by him in the future. And this kid is the only descendant of Ji Yin, and he will definitely be part of the hunt for you two in the future. How about we join forces to get rid of this kid here?" Yuan Yao was undecided after hearing this, and looked at Luo Hong who was supported by him. While Luo Hong's eyes flickered, thinking about the intention of Zuangu's words, Wu Chao could no longer remain calm, and said in a hurry, "You two fellow Taoists are descendants of the giants of the magic path. If you had not revealed your identities in advance, my ancestor would not have fought with you. You don't have to worry, after leaving this Zushan palace, the power of Jian Island is far inferior to that of King Gyangate and Liulian Palace. How dare we chase you?" But this person, he started to confuse the public with evil words, and confuse the audience. He wants to use you as a knife. He must have evil intentions. Humph. I will not get involved in your grievances. Our goal is to bring back the real demonic energy. We don't want to care about other things, and we don't have the energy to care. Let's go. Although Wu Chao's attitude was humble and his reasons were sufficient, he never thought that Luo Hong and Yuan Yao's identities were fake. In other words, as long as they left this Zushan palace, Jian would definitely chase them, and it would be the kind that would not stop until they died. Therefore, when Zuangu said that, Luo Hong really had the idea of killing Wu Chao, but he quickly put it out. First of all, Wu Chao was destined to be dead. Zuangu could not let him live for the next plan, so he did not need to do it himself. Secondly, Wu Chao was right. Zuangu old demon could easily kill Wu Chao, but he wanted to drag him into the water. He must have evil intentions. Zuangu old demon practiced both magic and ghost. He lived for a long time, and had many strange secrets. It was not too careful to treat such an opponent. If this old demon had not insisted on refining some sure holy fire and killed himself, Han old demon might not be able to deal with him. Luo Hong did not want to fight wits and courage with such a difficult old demon when there was a real demon breaking the seal, so he took Yuan Yao away. It was better to let Zuangu old demon die in the way, destined to die in Han Li's hands. Yuan Yao didn't say much, collected the fire dragon worm, and immediately helped Luo Hong walk towards the stone steps. As long as they entered the maze below the 5th floor, with the map in her hand, they would be safe this time. Wait a moment, fellow Taoists. Aren't you interested in the Zushanding? Zuangu seemed very calm about Luo Hong's indifference. He had too many tempting things in his hands, and he was not afraid that the two giant unstage cultivators would not take the bait. I'm not interested, fellow Taoist, don't stop me, otherwise don't blame me for disregarding senior man's face and attacking you. Luo Hong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said threateningly. Zuangu frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled by Luo Hong's eagerness to leave. However, thinking of the treasures on Luo Hong and the others, he tempted them again. Do you know that the real function of the Bushindan is not to increase the mana and lifespan, but to refine the spiritual roots of the immortal cultivators and increase the success rate of forming a baby? In addition, I have a recipe for the 9-curve infant cultivation pill in my hand. If you stay and help me get the tripod, I can offer this recipe to you. When the time comes, the two together can increase the success rate of forming a baby by 3 or 4 levels. Luo Hong sneered secretly. He wanted to tempt him with such a small condition. He already had more than half of the Bushindan in his hand. When he was free, he could study the doorway of the spiritual roots, and develop a better method of refining the spiritual roots. As for the 9-curve infant cultivation pill, it was not difficult for him to get one, as Han Lao Mo could produce it in batches. As for Luo Hong, his status as senior brother Luo, it was not difficult to get one. Luo Hong had just finished thinking, and his steps forward suddenly stopped. It turned out that the greedy Yuan Yao had fallen into the trap of the old demon Zuangu, and was unwilling to leave, staring at Luo Hong eagerly. Just when Luo Hong was depressed about this, Wu Chao, who had been treated as heir, exploded. When he saw Yuan Yao stop, he drove the two Xiandu demon corpses to kill Zuangu without saying a word. Wu Chao knew that if he let these people reach an agreement, he would definitely die, so he had to kill this barbarian bearded nephew who still wanted to take the treasure. Hanli, hurry up. Kill this official with me, and when the ancestor comes back, I will ask him to let you keep the treasure you just took. However, Wu Chao never thought that Hanli and Zuangu had colluded long ago, and he never thought that Zuangu was the ancestor who created the Zuan and Dafa he practiced. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but you just wanted to die. Facing the two attacking Xiandu demon corpses, Zuangu curled his lips and said with great disdain. The Xiandu demon corpses had no secrets in Xuangu, and he knew all their weaknesses, so he easily dealt with the two demon corpses with just a little trick. Then, in front of Wu Chao's extremely shocked eyes, he easily broke his skills and took his life. Chapter 193 Escape. Seeing Xuangu kill Wu Chao in an instant, Han Li and Luo Hong's expressions did not change. Only Yuan Yao was shocked by Xuangu's amazing method for unknown reasons, and suddenly felt a little regretful. This cannot be blamed on her too much. After all, she has a mental disorder, and is more persistent than ordinary cultivators in forming infants. She relies on illusory opportunities to cultivate to the done stage, so naturally she wants to seize every opportunity. Daoao is really a good method, but what's the use of just the pill formula? There are countless ancient pill formulas circulating in our sect. Without the elixir, it's just a piece of waste paper. Luo Hong's attitude did not change, and he said coldly and impolitely, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist. The main ingredient of the 9-Ben nurturing infant pill, the 9-Ben spiritual ginseng, is already in the hands of Brother Han. The remaining auxiliary spiritual medicines are also hard to find, but with your status, it should not be difficult to mobilize the forces under your sect to find all these spiritual medicines. The 9-Ben nurturing infant pill is only useful when the immortal cultivator is forming an infant. 1 pill per person is enough. When the elixir is refined, the 3 of you can share it equally. Wouldn't everyone be happy?" Xuangu killed Wu Chao with thunder and lightning, and also meant to intimidate Luo Hong and the others. After all, the weight of the words of the strong and the weak is different, but this air of the 6 Daos did not change his expression. You know, this person looks extremely weak and empty, and Xuangu can't help but wonder if the other party has any powerful backup, so he didn't get angry at the moment, and said with a friendly face, "Oh, I didn't expect that Brother Han would have such an opportunity, but the 2 of us are carrying a heavy responsibility, and there are many dangers in this Zushan palace. I don't want to miss the main business for the unlikely treasure in the tripod. However, I'm indeed interested in the Jiuguapiang pill. This is a sound transmission note. Brother Han, take it. We will discuss the alchemy in detail after leaving the palace." Luo Hong's butt instantly made Xuangu's expression gloomy. He sneered secretly and ignored it. He flicked his sleeves and shot out a beastskin talisman, and said, "There are many dangers in Zushan Palace. I advise you to not to hold unrealistic fantasies and leave early." After saying that, Luo Hong did not give Xuangu a chance to speak again, and signaled Yuan Yao, and the 2 turned into a beam of light, and flew to the stone steps. After Han Li took the beastskin talisman, he only took a look, and his eyes couldn't help but flash. Thinking back to what Luo Hong had said just now, he immediately understood something, and put the talisman away calmly. Xuangu looked at Luo Hong and the other 2 flying out of the Xiangang cover with a cold look, feeling depressed. This boy's really an ordinary demon child. At such a young age, he does not have the arrogance that is common in demon children. Instead, he is cautious and steady like a 1,000-year-old demon. Liu Dao really picked a good successor. However, when I refine the Shura Holy Fire and kill Han, you 2 still can't escape. I must get the breaking law sound thunder. Han Li saw the change in Xuangu's expression, and knew that this old ghost must have murderous intentions towards senior brother Luo. With a chill in his heart, he remembered senior brother Luo's warning just now and couldn't help but hesitate whether to continue to seek the skin of the tiger for the pill formula of Jiuguapiang pill. But Xuangu's subsequent remarks still made Han Li decide to stay and take the treasure. After all, the temptation of Zushanding and Bushandan was too great. Han Li was also a person with a strong heart of Taoism, and was willing to take some risks for the future of forming a baby. After getting off the Han Li terrace, Luo Hong looked around, and saw no signs of a group of Yuanying old monsters fighting. Apparently, while they were talking, these Yuanying old monsters had already gone to the lower level. "Miss Yuan, I'm much better now. No need to support me." There was no one around, so Luo Hong didn't need to act anymore. Although Yuan Yao's softness was very enjoyable, it was not convenient to be supported to deal with unexpected situations. "Brother Luo, are we really leaving like this?" Since that person didn't hesitate to kill the descendants of the Jian old demon, and wanted to stay to get the treasure, he should have had corresponding means. Yuan Yao still couldn't let it go. After all, the effect of the Bushindan described by Zhuanggu was too strong. If it was released outside, it would definitely make all the giant and stage cultivators fight for it. Miss Yuan, do you still remember the 6 groups of demon souls on the Panlang pillar? Luo Hong looked at Yuan Yao solemnly and said, of course, they were sealed in the lowest level of the Dark Palace. They must have been extremely powerful ancient demons when they were alive. Yuan Yao's face changed, and he said with fear, yes, as far as I know, these 6 ancient demons are the 6 great demon generals of the ancient demons when they fought with the ancient cultivators. Just from the fact that the ancient cultivators were unable to completely kill them and could only spend a lot of effort to seal them, we can know that the cultivation of these 6 great demon generals has definitely surpassed the peak of the human world, the god transformation stage, and reached the legendary void refining stage. And now, the flesh body of an ancient void refining demon has broken the seal in the Zushan Palace and has escaped. Seeing Yuan Yao's extremely shocked look, with her mouth open in astonishment, she added, Luo was able to know this thanks to the formation of the demon sealed land, so it cannot be false. Miss Yuan, what else do you want to do? Let's leave as soon as possible and leave the Zushan Palace, as soon as we are done. Okay. Brother Luo, come with me. Yuan Yao remembered Luo Hong's previous strangeness in the demon sealed land, and because of her trust in Luo Hong, she didn't dare to be greedy anymore. She took out the ancient scroll and went to the entrance of the 4th floor. The first 4 floors of the inner hall were guarded by puppets. The 2 did not know the route that Man Huzi had taken to get up. However, as soon as they reached the 4th floor, Yuan Yao led Luo Hong to find a secret passage in the maze. At the end of the secret passage was a teleportation array. After the 2 stepped into it, the rumbling sound of the Yuanying old monsters fighting soon disappeared from their ears, and they were teleported to the 3rd floor. Then, Yuan Yao used the same trick again, and used the teleportation array to get the 2 to the 2nd floor. After walking for a while according to the map, after defeating a snake guard puppet, the 2 came to a stone door. That's it. Brother Luo, what I want is inside. The soul nourishing wood is the key to preserving Yanla's soul. Now it is within reach, and Yuan Yao can't help but smile. Well, Miss Yuan, don't worry, no matter what is inside, Luo will not compete with you for it. Luo Hong knew what was inside. It was extremely important to Yuan Yao, but for herself who had mastered the method of refining the heavenly demon pill, it was not a big deal. Of course, it must have some research value. Yuan Yao was completely relieved after hearing this. She pressed her palm on the stone door, and the magic power in her palm spurted out. Then the stone door glowed with blue light, and the 2 of them were teleported into the treasure room. As soon as they entered the treasure room, they felt a warm and moist spiritual energy rushing towards them, which relieved their exhausted bodies and minds. What a large spiritual spring. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Looking at the pool of milky white spiritual liquid in front of her, Yuan Yao couldn't help but said in surprise. This was not marked on her map. Luo Hong just glanced at the spiritual spring and the black wood protected by a layer of green forbidden light shield not far away, and then moved his eyes to a seemingly abandoned teleportation array in the corner. Han Lao Mo, you have to hurry up. It's really not suitable to stay here for a long time. Chapter 194 The Hexagram of the 7-star coin. If you want to teleport out of the Zushan Palace from the treasure room as soon as possible, you have to break the forbidden light shield covering the soul nourishing tree. If you can't do it, you can only wait until the Zushan Palace returns to the void in a month, and then you will be teleported out of the treasure room by the forbidden light shield, which is equivalent to a wasted trip. Yuan Yao now wants to teleport out of the Zushan Palace immediately, so she can't wait to run to the side of the soul nourishing tree and study the forbidden light shield. Luo Hong knows that Yuan Yao can't handle the forbidden light shield on the soul nourishing tree, but he doesn't dissuade her. After all, in his current state, even if he has the ability to break the forbidden light shield, he doesn't have the strength to do so. The most urgent thing is to restore his mana. The feeling of having the danshan and the acupoints empty is not pleasant. There is a jade dragon head on the wall of the spiritual spring pool, and under the dragon head is a long neck jade bottle, which seems to be receiving something. This 10,000 year spiritual milk is just what I need now. One drop can restore all my mana. Luo Hong said this, stretched out his hand, grabbed the jade bottle in his hand, carefully raised it to his mouth, and poured out a drop of milky white spiritual liquid. As soon as this 10,000-year-old spiritual milk entered her stomach, it turned into pure spiritual energy that filled Luo Hong's meridians. The internal spiritual pressure rose steadily, but it condensed and did not disperse, violating the spiritual pressure rules with its own characteristics. No wonder this spiritual liquid can quickly restore mana. It turns out that it has such a characteristic. It is worth studying. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he put the jade bottle beside him, sat cross-legged and began to practice the small Zaoshan method. On the other side, Yuan Yao comprehended the restrictions on the soul-nourishing tree for a while, but could not find any clues. She tried to break it with brute force, but failed. She turned back to ask Luo Hong for help out of habit, but saw that he was practicing to restore his mana, so she did not disturb him. At this time, she saw the long-necked jade bottle next to Luo Hong, and remembered that this thing should have been under the mouth of the jade dragon head, and the things in it must not be ordinary things. Since brother Luo didn't put it away, I think he is going to keep his promise and leave it to me. Yuan Yao muttered to herself as she took the jade bottle. She probed with her spiritual sense, and was immediately shocked by the spiritual energy of the spiritual liquid in the bottle. Her beautiful eyes widened. 10,000 years of spiritual milk. This is a treasure that is hard to find even with tens of thousands of spiritual stones. There is so much here. Yuan Yao glanced at Luo Hong, who was meditating, and realized that the other party had taken the 10,000 years of spiritual milk to quickly recover his magic power and leave here. This place is dangerous. Maybe I should take a drop too. Yuan Yao frowned and thought about it, then raised the jade bottle to her mouth. When she was about to pour out a drop, she stopped halfway. I still have some magic power, so don't waste the precious 10,000 years of spiritual milk. Yuan Yao shook her head. Her frugal and housekeeping style of casual cultivators made her reluctant to take the 10,000 years of spiritual milk. She took out a small jade bottle, divided half of the 10,000 years of spiritual milk in the long-necked jade bottle, and put the long-necked jade bottle back to Luo Hong. Yuan Yao's goal was only to nourish the soul tree. She thought it would be better to share this unexpected surprise with Luo Hong, so as not to hurt their relationship. After collecting her half of the 10,000 year spiritual milk, Yuan Yao took off the black robe she was wearing, lifted her dress, and sat by the pool, took off her shoes and socks, and immersed her feet in the spiritual pool. Although the effect of the spiritual spring in this pool was far less than that of the 10,000 year spiritual milk, it could also help her quickly recover her magic power. The rolling spiritual energy seemed to be gently licking her soles. This slightly itchy and comfortable feeling made Yuan Yao feel happy. Oh, by the way, why not take this opportunity to sacrifice the ancient copper coin treasure and see what magic it has that is worthy of being hidden in the Zushanding by the ancient cultivator. With a wave of her hand, 7 simple copper coins appeared in Yuan Yao's palm. She gently picked up one and put it in front of her eyes to observe. It was seen that this copper coin was slightly larger than the one used by ordinary mortals, but it was also round outside and square inside, with words engraved on both sides. Unfortunately, Yuan Yao came from a small sect and had little knowledge of ancient characters. She could only recognize 2 of the 8 characters on both sides. Can, Li. Could this be a hexagram coin? Yuan Yao did not understand hexagrams, but this did not prevent her from leaving a spiritual imprint on the ancient copper coin. Half an hour later, Yuan Yao opened her eyes with joy. With a thought, the 7 copper coins in her palm flew into the air and spun in a circle in front of her. What a strange ancient treasure. I'll call you 7-star coin. Yuan Yao tried to infuse magic power into the 7-star coin, only to see it emit a silver grey mist, wrapping itself up and spinning faster and faster, and then suddenly crashing into the center. With a few crisp ding-dong sounds, the 7 copper coins fell from the air like ordinary objects, some falling on the edge of the pool, and some falling into the pool. However, the 7-star coin was very magical. Yuan Yao did not cast any magic on it, but it could withstand water by itself. Can represents the water hexagram, and the most dangerous is in the south. What is this hexagram? After the 7-star coin landed, 8 words inexplicably appeared in Yuan Yao's soul, but she didn't know how to interpret the hexagram at all, and didn't understand the meaning of the hexagram at all. She kicked her legs in frustration, stirring up the waves of the spiritual spring. She had realized that this set of ancient copper coins was pure hexagram coins. If she didn't practice the special skills of divination and fate, it would be difficult to exert its true magical power. Although she didn't know how to use it, Yuan Yao still had a vision. This thing could help her avoid danger and seek good fortune. It was a first-class treasure, especially helpful in dealing with the pursuit of King Guiyang sect. It would be worthwhile to comprehend the way of Yi Gua specifically for this purpose in the future. Putting away the 7-star coin, Yuan Yao took out a compass commonly used for array formations. While determining the direction, she muttered to herself, "I don't understand the first half of the sentence, but the second half couldn't be more obvious. The most dangerous is in the south. What is in the south?" After Yuan Yao determined the direction, she looked up and saw the teleportation array without a trace of spiritual light. After all, it was her first time to tell fortunes. Yuan Yao was slightly stunned for a moment. After tilting her head and thinking, she stretched out her hand and offered her magic hammer. Just as Yuan Yao's magic hammer was about to destroy the teleportation array, the array suddenly lit up with white light and a vague figure appeared. The big evil is coming. Yuan Yao was shocked and jumped up from the ground. With a surge of magic power, she urged the magic hammer to fall fiercely. As soon as the scenery in front of Han Li changed, he heard a whistling sound from above his head. He secretly said that it was not good. He quickly raised the jade ruai in his hand and infused magic power to condense a layer of fiery red spirit cover. With a bang, Han Li's defense was too hasty after all. The red spirit cover broke and the whole person was smashed and flew backwards. Fortunately, he had the imperial scale armor to protect himself, and fortunately, Yuan Yao's magic hammer was damaged by the mysterious Yin Qi, and its power was greatly reduced. Han Li only felt a tightness in his chest, but it was not a big deal. Being attacked like this, Han Li's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he released a large group of gold-eating insects with a thought, which split into 2 groups. One group went to the magic weapon that attacked him just now, and the other group pounced on the figure in the water mist. "Junior brother Han, why are you angry?" Hearing Luo Hong's voice, Han Li immediately ordered the group of gold-eating insects to stop. After carefully sensing the breath of the opposite side, his nervous expression relaxed a little. At this time, Luo Hong was standing next to Yuan Yao, reaching out to hold down her right hand that was about to sacrifice King Lazy. "I just meditated for a while. Why did you start a fight?" Chapter 195. Each takes what he needs. "Brother Han, I was reckless. I hope you will forgive me." Yuan Yao looked ashamed and bowed to apologize. "Junior brother Han, why didn't you use the talisman I gave you? At that time, I was too timid to help you. Please don't blame me." Luo Hong pretended to be unable to walk at the end, mostly for Han Lao Mo to see. He was helpless. He knew that in addition to the golden thunder bamboo, the blue ice flame and the void sky cauldron were important supports for Han Lao Mo to roam the human world and ascend to the spiritual world in the future. He intended to give these 2 treasures to him, but he had to pretend to be guilty instead of being grateful. "Brother Luo, what are you talking about?" Brother Luo did not forget to send me the life-saving talisman when I was in danger and reminded me many times. I'm very grateful. How dare I blame you? Han Li was not an unwise man. He knew that Luo Hong would not be able to help him even if he stayed. Moreover, it was because of the 4 symbols moving talisman left by Luo Hong that he was able to escape from the inner hall quickly, reducing the risk of being intercepted by the Yuanying old monster halfway. Yuan Yao looked at the 2 of them in confusion, calling them brother and junior brother in a friendly way, as if she had become an outsider. "Haha, Miss Yuan, there's no need to be surprised. Luo Hong and junior brother Han are from the same sect of a small sect that has already been destroyed, and we have always had a close relationship. After meeting in this Zushan palace, we did not join forces, only because we each had our own troubles. It was not intentional to deceive Miss Yuan." As soon as Luo Hong finished explaining, Han Li interrupted, "Senior brother Luo, has the matter of the ancient demon been properly handled?" Is the crisis you mentioned earlier related to it? Hey, junior brother Han, this is a long story. Although I use the magic circle of the demon sealed land to refine the demon, I use the magic weapon left by the ancient demon on the way and inadvertently destroyed a seal. At this time, a very powerful ancient demon has escaped. We must leave Zushan Palace as soon as possible. Luo Hong's face became serious, and he pointed to the forbidden light shield that wrapped the soul-nourishing wood and said, due to the restriction of the treasure room of Zushan Palace, as long as we break this restriction, we will be teleported out, and we will be out of danger. Huh. This tree looks so strange. The wood color is dark, and the surface is full of lumps. Could it be the soul-nourishing tree that can nourish the human spirit? Han Li exclaimed. The soul-nourishing tree is one of the 3 sacred trees, as famous as the golden thunder bamboo, and has an excellent auxiliary effect on practicing the great evolution technique. In order to find suitable materials to refine his life magic weapon, Han Li searched for information on many wood-type spiritual materials. These 3 sacred trees are the most famous, so they are naturally among them. Brother Han, this is mine. Yuan Yao suddenly became anxious and flashed in front of the soul-nourishing tree. After glaring at Han Li, she looked at Luo Hong with grievance. Miss Yuan, don't get me wrong. Han just wants to take a piece of the rhizome of this tree. Please be accommodating. Han Li didn't think much about it. He thought that brother Luo had divided the treasures here with this girl before he came, so when he showed his covetous heart, this girl would be so excited. Yuan Yao hesitated. She trusted Luo Hong, who had been with her through thick and thin, but she didn't quite trust Han Li, whom she had only met a few times. Of course, it would be different if Luo Hong could guarantee it, so after hesitating for a moment, Yuan Yao turned her gaze to Luo Hong again. Junior brother Han, is the 9-bend nurturing infant pill really true? Although Yuan Yao was puzzled as to why Luo Hong suddenly mentioned something and related to the soul-nourishing wood, she was also very interested in this elixir that could increase the success rate of forming an infant, so she didn't interrupt and listened incuriously. What that person said is indeed true. The 9-bend Lingshan and the pill formula are now in junior brother's hands, but I don't know if the efficacy is really as that person said. Han Li was surprised for a moment, and then felt that Zhuanggu had said enough, so he didn't hide anything at the moment. Well, that's good. Luo Hong touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then said to the 2 people in front of him, although that man must have had evil intentions at the time, he described this pill in a very clear and coherent manner, so I think it's not groundless. The miraculous medicinal effect of this pill is most likely true. Although junior brother has the main medicine in hand, it is not easy to collect the auxiliary medicines. After all, we don't have a big sect to support us, and being a casual cultivator is just a little troublesome. Junior brother, how about this? You might as well tell me and Miss Yuan about the precious spiritual medicines that are missing in refining this pill, and the 2 of us will help collect them so that junior brother can refine this pill as soon as possible. Of course, the most important main medicine belongs to junior brother, and I will never shamelessly ask for a spiritual pill just because I helped a little. Here is half a bottle of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Just use it as money for me to buy the pill. Han Li was a little hesitant at first, but when he heard the words 10,000 years spiritual milk, he immediately took the jade bottle handed over by Luo Hong, opened the bottle cap and sniffed it, and immediately showed a look of joy. With this thing, he no longer has to worry about the problem of running out of mana. Brother Luo is generous. I will give you the recipe right away. When Yuan Yao heard that there was such a good thing, she wanted to follow suit, but then she heard Luo Hong say, Miss Yuan, my junior brother is very interested in your crying soul beast. If Miss Yuan is willing to give it to you, you must have a spiritual pill. Although the crying soul beast has potential, and even in the later period it ascended to the fairyland earlier than Han Lao Mo, but potential does not represent strength. The strength of the spirit beast mainly depends on its owner. If the crying soul beast does not follow Han Lao Mo, it will always be an ugly monkey that Yuan Yao is unwilling to drive. Only by following Han Lao Mo and getting many opportunities can it practice from the sleeping king to the punishment beast. Han Lao Mo also relied on the magical powers of the crying soul beast to survive many crises. Therefore, Luo Hong proposed that Yuan Yao use the soul crying beast as a fund to buy pills. Luo Hong's proposal was exactly what the two wanted. Yuan Yao's Yuan Shen realm was insufficient. If she refined the soul crying orb that controlled the soul crying beast, she would often suffer from the backlash of splitting headaches, so she never dared to drive the soul crying beast. Han Li, on the other hand, was attracted by the soul crying beast's magical power that was said to restrain all the ghosts in the world. He was confident that with the help of the soul feeding pill, this beast would be able to leap over the dragon gate in his hands. After a happy transaction, a mere rhizome of the soul feeding tree naturally became a trivial matter. After the three of them got what they needed, Han Li came to the spirit pool to soak his feet, to restore the mana he had lost in the fierce battle with Zhu and Gu, while Luo Hong came to the forbidden light shield that could open the door. He did not study it for long before he found that this forbidden light shield was quite similar to the star shifting array in the Baoguang pavilion, but the outer layer was covered with a clever forbidden method, using the space forbidden power of the star shifting array to create an unusually strong shield. Obviously, this was done by someone later. Maybe the soul raising tree had not grown when that person came. Although he returned empty-handed, he also left a backup plan as a family or sect inheritance. Breaking this forbidden method was not difficult for the three people. Letting Han Leomo's gold-eating insects gnaw or the three people bombarding together could break this ban, but it would take at least 2 or 3 days. However, Luo Hong had found the connection point of the 2 layers of forbidden methods. He only needed to cast a spell to destroy these connection points, to greatly reduce the power of the outer layer of forbidden methods. In less than an hour, the forbidden method could be broken. Chapter 196, Hunting Down Barbarian Beard. It was not difficult for Luo Hong to break this ban. While casting the spell, he curiously asked Yuan Yao, "Miss Yuan, why did you suddenly want to destroy the teleportation array? You can't just dislike it, right?" When she heard Luo Hong mention the misunderstanding she had made, Yuan Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. With a thought, the 7 star coins appeared in her open hand. "I just tried this ancient treasure I got from the Zushending and found that it was a set of divination coins, so I made a divination. The ancient treasure was spiritual and told me that the divination was Can is a water hexagram and the great evil is in the south. There is a teleportation array in the south, so I took action, but I didn't expect Brother Han to teleport here. Alas, it seems that, if I don't know how to tell fortunes, the ancient treasure divination coins are useless and the calculations are not accurate at all. Haha, what a great evil is in the south." Luo Hong couldn't help but chuckle. If Han Leomo is not considered a great evil, no one can calculate the great evil, and this divination is correct. Although Luo Hong thought this matter was very interesting, he should not joke about such a dangerous matter. Can means water? Well, judging from the literal meaning, it means to be trapped again and again, and dangerous again and again. It means that we will encounter several waves of disasters. The solution should also be in the hexagram, but Luo Hong only has a little understanding, so he can't see it. Luo Hong tried to interpret the hexagram using the superficial knowledge he learned when he was comprehending the formation, but even he felt that it was not very reliable. Anyway, Han Leomo had arrived, so there was no point in keeping the formation. Luo Hong casually ejected a dark green seed and hit a node of the teleportation formation. However, at this time, the teleportation formation unexpectedly changed. A circle of bloodlight began to erode the formation from the periphery of the teleportation formation, and a layer of light shield was released to block the dark green seed ejected by Luo Hong with great force. Demon Head. Blood refining divine light. This movement attracted the attention of Yuan Yao and Han Li. When they saw the bloodlight clearly, they exclaimed at the same time. Luo Hong's face suddenly became gloomy, and he suddenly accelerated the speed of breaking the ban. Half an hour ago, Manhuzi had fought and fled all the way from the 5th floor of Zushanding to the 2nd floor. The reason why he was so much faster than when he came here was that he deliberately chose the way he came here and did not encounter the obstruction of the puppet guards. Although Manhuzi was the first person in the cultivation here, he was overwhelmed by the attacks of 5 Yuanying cultivators with secret techniques and magical powers. The golden scales on his body with amazing defensive power actually had several cracks. Man Huzi, you can't escape. Why don't you stop and discuss how to divide this bill? Wan Xianming held the last Xian Luo Zhenli in his hand and chased after him. Seeing that Man Huzi was showing signs of weakness, he immediately spoke to shake his mind. Bah. Wan Xianming, you hypocrite. Still want to divide up the Bushan pill? I think you want to divide up my life. Man Huzi cursed and refused to give in, thinking wildly of a way to escape. The old farmer in black hadn't made a move for quite some time. He was plotted against by Man Huzi and hated him so much that he finally used his prepared magical power after holding it back for a long time. A circle of green light swung from the willow branch in the old farmer's hand, and the scene changed instantly. The original bluestone passage turned into a green meadow surrounded by towering trees. With a rumble, these towering trees confidently pulled out their roots and crowded to block the way of Man Huzi in front. Damn illusion. Man Huzi didn't dare to rush forward just because he knew it was an illusion, regardless of the obstruction of the giant trees. Illusions are real and fake, disturbing the five senses and messing up yin and yang. It is definitely not so easy to break. If he rushed forward, the most likely outcome would be to really hit the wall. Man Huzi didn't want to try which was harder, his head or the forbidden wall of Zushan Palace. As an old demon who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, Man Huzi naturally has many ways to break illusions, but they all take some time. There is only one thing that can work in a short time. Man Huzi slapped his spirit beast bag and released his mutant spirit beast, the three-eyed leopard. As soon as the leopard appeared, a yellow light shot out from its demon eyes, shining on the giant tree blocking the road in front of it, causing it to turn grey in an instant, and then large chunks of stones began to fall off. As long as the three-eyed leopard continued to shoot yellow light, the old farmer in black clothes would not be able to fill the gap. After a few breaths, the bluestone passage of the inner hall was revealed behind the fallen stones. Man Huzi just showed a hint of joy, and a black red-eyed snake wrapped in the mysterious yin energy came at lightning speed, opened its huge mouth with a black inner wall, and bit directly at the three-eyed leopard. Ji-yin. Man Huzi shouted angrily. This three-eyed leopard was a mutant demon beast that he had obtained with great difficulty. He had spent countless efforts on it to cultivate it to level 5. How could he let Ji-yin kill it like this? Immediately, Man Huzi's right fist shone with golden light, and it blasted out brazenly, beating the attacking black giant snake into a ball of black gas. Ji-yin's move became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wan Xianming and Xian Wuzi chased after him and were about to attack at the same time. Man Huzi knew that it was impossible to escape, so he took out the Bushandan in front of everyone and raised it to his mouth. Man Huzi, you dare. Stop it. Wan Xianming and Xian Wuzi were very anxious when they saw this and shouted in unison. But this couldn't stop Man Huzi. With a crazy smile on his face, he swallowed the Bushandan without hesitation. At this time, the 5 people who were chasing him stopped and looked at Man Huzi with anger. If the anger in his eyes could be materialized, Man Huzi would be burned to ashes, even if he had the Tuo Shan magic skill to protect his body. Fellow Daoists, don't be discouraged. I heard that the Bushandan is extremely difficult to refine. Even if someone swallows it, the medicinal power will spread in their body. As long as the person who takes it is killed to refine the pill, the Bushandan can be obtained again. The black-clothed old farmer's face was livid, and there was a slightly grey spot on the willow branch in his hand. It was obvious that the illusion just now had a lot to do with this treasure, so that the illusion was forced, and the willow branch was also affected. New and old hatreds blocked the black-clothed old farmer's heart, making him full of murderous intent. Humph, if you want to take Master Man's life, just come on. Man Huzi was mentally prepared for this before taking the medicine. He immediately put on a life-threatening posture, clearly playing the trick of extreme 1-for-1 exchange. At this point, Xian Wuzi had already retreated. He still had more than 200 years of life left, but he didn't want to fight with the extremely fierce Man Huzi for a Bushandan with greatly reduced medicinal power. Maybe the life lost by the injury would be much more than the Bushandan. However, whether to fight or not depends on Wan Xianming, who is in the middle stage of yuaning. If he is willing to fight with Man Huzi, the remaining 4 will naturally be happy to do it. Compared with the complete Bushidan, the temptation of the incomplete Bushidan is not as good after all. Wan Qianming, who had made up his mind, hesitated again. At this moment, the bluestone ground under the feet of the crowd shook violently. Zhu Xianding was picked up again. Everyone showed surprise on their faces, only Man Huzi was surprised with a bit of sinister smile. Encountering this shocking change, the 6 Yuanying old monsters all had the idea of returning to Han Late. But before they could take any action, there was a more violent vibration under their feet, which was so violent that everyone could not stand steadily. While they were in doubt, another huge vibration came out, accompanied by a loud boom. The forbidden ground that everyone thought was indestructible actually broke a hole. A tall and strange figure loomed in the smoke and dust. Man Huzi and the others stared at the figure with vigilance, and a palpitation swept through each of their hearts like a tide. When they used their spiritual eyes or magic to see what the figure was holding in his hand, the palpitation suddenly reached its maximum. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Demonic Might. In the hands of the figure in the dust, a purple spirit baby with an incomplete face showed a look of pain and despair. It seemed that it had sensed Man Huzi and others, and a glimmer of hope flashed in its eyes. Madam Wen. After seeing the face of the purple spirit baby clearly, King Yi Jushi exclaimed, and took several steps back. Although Madam Wen was only a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, her sword control skills were superb. Even a strong man like Wan Qianming could not be defeated. But now she was killed by this weirdo, and even the nascent soul could not escape. The powerful demon did not give everyone too much time to react. He broke through the ground to replenish himself. The disintegration and transformation method was extremely harmful to cultivation. Although the powerful demon was very fierce, his current cultivation was only equivalent to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, or perhaps even slightly inferior. However, his physical realm did not drop much, so he could easily kill the nascent soul cultivators and capture the nascent soul with the power of teleportation, by relying on the various powerful magical powers that his physical body could display. In order to recover his cultivation as soon as possible and strengthen his strength, the great demon needed to devour the essence, blood, and soul of a large number of cultivators, and the nascent soul cultivators were the best tonic. So, after a quick glance, he locked his eyes on Man Huzi, who had the highest cultivation, but a weak breath. Not good. Very bad. Man Huzi's heart was filled with alarm, and he punched his fists hard in front of him. Suddenly, all the golden scales covering his body flew up and quickly condensed into a thick golden shield. This is the most powerful protective magical power in the Two Ocean Demon art, Golden Scale Shield. Every time it is used, it will consume Man Huzi's vitality, but its protective ability has helped him escape danger many times. Almost when the golden scale shield was condensed, the great demon's figure came to Man Huzi like teleportation, and a fist wrapped in blood light smashed down. With a muffled bang, a strong air wave exploded from the shield, forcing Wan Qianming and others to release the protective spirit shield to block it. Man Huzi gritted his teeth and poured his magic power into the golden shield frantically, but cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the golden shield, and it was obvious that it would break apart soon. The three-eyed leopard beside him was eager to save his master. After a roar, his foreclaws clasped the ground, and the third eye between his eyebrows shot out a beam of light that was several times thicker than before. The powerful demon simply looked down on this low-level spirit beast. Just from the magical aura it emitted, he estimated that the yellow beam of light could not hurt his demon body, so he raised his other fist regardless of anything, and was about to smash Man Huzi's turtle shell. At this time, the yellow beam of light shot and hit the fist that the powerful demon had just raised, quickly transforming his red skin into grey stone. This shocking change surprised and angered the powerful demon. He rushed with bloodlight, trying to restore the fist that had turned into stone, but as soon as he exerted force, the demon arm broke from the forearm. The powerful demon wanted to take supplements to restore his cultivation, but accidentally damaged his important demon body. He was extremely angry and glared with demonic eyes. Demonic energy surged all over his body. It was obvious that he was going to use some great magical power. "You are still watching the show. I'm dead, and it is your turn." Manhuzi cursed, while retreating with the three-eyed leopard with weak steps. Wan Xianming and others did have the idea of letting Manhuzi test this four-armed demon, but they did not expect this ghost thing to be so powerful that it could easily break even the protective magical power that Manhuzi desperately used. Moreover, its body movement was terrifying. Just now, they did not even see how the four-armed demon approached Manhuzi. This was too deadly in the narrow bluestone passage. From the posture of the four-armed demon, the other party obviously did not want to communicate with them, but only wanted their lives. There was nothing to say. Driven by the fear, everyone took action one after another, and 5 rays of light shot towards the powerful demon. During this moment, the powerful demon also prepared his magical power. He opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave that seemed to be real, which was restrained into a wave that rushed straight to the mutant spirit beast three-eyed leopard. At this time, the magical power of Wan Xianming and others attacked, and the remaining 2 arms of the powerful demon pounded behind him, exploding with strength, destroying all the magical power stimulated by these top-level skills. Wherever the sound wave passed, the virtual sky restriction on the ground collapsed, as if a mad dragon was running underground. All the bluestone slabs flew into the air and turned into powder in an instant. Although Manhuzi didn't know the origin of the four-armed monster, from the quick fight just now, he knew that the magical power of the three-eyed leopard had some restraint on it, so he naturally couldn't let it be killed. With a thought, he sacrificed a small bronze bell. Under the infusion of Manhuzi's powerful magic power, a camel mountain black turtle carved on the small bronze bell suddenly came to life. It raised its neck and propped up its 4 legs. Suddenly, a stream of Zuan Qi spewed out from the bell mouth, condensing into a key bell that covered the three-eyed leopard and blocked Manhuzi at the same time. The next moment, the sound waves surged, and the key bell vibrated violently when it touched it. Dozens of fist marks appeared on the smooth surface in an instant. The camel mountain black turtle on the bronze bell also seemed to have suffered a series of heavy blows. Its 4 legs kept shaking, and the stone mountain on its back collapsed in large pieces. In just a few breaths, it was flattened to the ground. What kind of monster is it that can even rub the Zuan Qi bell at will? Manhuzi was shocked. His precious bell was of great origin, but now it was about to be destroyed by the opponent's magical power. Without time to think, before Tuition Black Turtle was knocked down, Manhuzi took out a talisman with a gold background and silver patterns, and while offering it, he said viciously, "Jinhua, if your talisman is not as effective as you said, if Master Man doesn't die this time, I will make you look good." Once the golden talisman was activated, it scattered golden light and surged onto the key bell that had been smashed into pieces. Suddenly, golden flowers bloomed from the many fist marks on the key bell, and the key bell began to recover rapidly, withstanding the attack of the sound wave. It took 2 precious treasures to save the three-eyed leopard, but before Manhuzi could breathe a sigh of relief, he and Wan Xianming and others besieged the four-armed monster and saw that it seemed to be stimulated by something and burst out with a more violent breath. At a distance of dozens of feet, it opened and closed one arm to accumulate strength. Then, a huge suction force broke out from the fist of the great power true demon, locking the three-eyed leopard. Even if he tried his best to hold onto the ground, he could not help but slowly slide towards the great power demon. The great power demon used his other free arm to make a spell, and in an instant, countless soul-sucking flying spirits flew out of his magic pattern black armor and pounced on Wan Xianming and others behind him. Obviously, the great power demon was determined to kill the three-eyed leopard that broke his arm. This magical power. When Manhuzi saw the posture of the four-armed monster, he remembered the body refining secret technique that Luo Hong, the Six Paths successor, used when fighting him. The appearance and aura were exactly the same. The effect of this body refining secret technique seemed to greatly increase the user's strength. If this monster performed it, Manhuzi's heart trembled, and he ruthlessly threw the three-eyed leopard away, flew to the stone door of a treasure room, and hurriedly activated the restriction on the door. While Wan Xianming and others were dealing with the soul-sucking flying spirits, they also witnessed the body-refining secret technique that the four-armed monster was performing. When Luo Hong fought with Manhuzi, in order to enter the inner hall of Zushan, they were all present, so they recognized this magical power just like Manhuzi, and thus associated it with the Six Paths Supreme Saint. Six Paths True Demon. You youngster deserves to die. Wan Xianming cursed out everyone's thoughts. The powerful true demon came too fast and too quickly, and everyone was too busy to deal with it, and had no time to think about it carefully. But after that association, they immediately recognized the origin of this demon. In an instant, they imagined how Luo Hong, the descendant of the Six Paths, awakened the Six Paths True Demon in order to collect the True Demon Key. However, they obviously had no chance to settle accounts with Luo Hong now. After learning the origin of the four-armed monster, Wan Xianming and others immediately lost their will to fight. Almost all ancient books mentioned how powerful the ancient demons were, not to mention this kind of ancient demon with a resounding name. So, Wan Xianming and others hurriedly retreated, wanting to escape into the treasure room like Manhuzi. The powerful demon was about to punch the three-eyed leopard to death. But after a wave of space fluctuations, the human cultivator in front of him was teleported to an unknown place, and the human cultivators behind him also began to flee in a hurry. This made the powerful demon furious. He must not let these tonics escape. He turned around suddenly and changed the target of the demon's power. Wan Xianming was originally closest to Manhuzi, but he just started running, so he fell behind. When he felt a strong suction force falling on his body, Wan Xianming knew he was in trouble. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he took out a strange talisman that looked like a villain and shot it silently at the old farmer in black in front. It was seen that the little man talisman flew lightly, but the speed of escape was actually very fast, and ignored the protective light shield of the old farmer in black, and stuck to his vest. The old farmer in black knew that he was injured. If everyone ran for their lives together, they would easily fall behind. So he was using all his energy to perform secret techniques and escape desperately, unaware of Wan Xianming's tricks. In just a breath, Wan Xianming's escape light was stripped away by the mysterious power of suction, and his escape speed was much slower. The escape speed of a Yuanying cultivator is already extremely fast, not to mention in a desperate state. If he was delayed for a while, Wan Xianming would soon lose sight of the backs of the old farmer in black and others. The little man talisman was in place, and Wan Xianming hurriedly pinched his fingers and shouted, "Replace." A black light flashed, and Wan Xianming's figure disappeared in an instant, revealing the old farmer in black, who was greatly surprised. Sensing the strong suction behind him, and the suffocating pressure, the old farmer in black cursed in despair, "Wan Xianming, you hypocrite. My senior brother will not let you go." The powerful demon swung his fist, and the incomparable punch tore the bluestone passage apart. In an instant, it reached the old farmer in black, crushing him like a bug, and beat him into pieces. The black infant of the old farmer in black was about to teleport away, but the familiar suction reappeared and imprisoned him. After killing one person, the powerful demon was not satisfied. He was about to chase after him, but he lost the breath sensing of Wan Xianming, and others one after another. Chapter 198, Chasing from a Distance. Although the powerful demon was extremely angry, he really had no means to continue the pursuit. He could only open his mouth and suck the flesh that had not yet fallen to the ground, and swallowed it into his stomach with his magic energy. After he closed his eyes and refined it for a while, the flesh buds at the broken end of the broken arm squirmed and swished. A new arm grew out. As for the three-eyed leopard, abandoned by the barbarian beard, when the powerful demon refined the blood of the black-clothed old farmer, countless soul-catching flying spirits had already taken out its soul, and its body collapsed to the ground without life. The powerful demon sucked again, and after shrinking the body of the three-eyed leopard, he sucked it into his mouth, and chewed it for a few times, with dissatisfaction on his red face. When the soul-catching flying spirit wrapped the soul of the three-eyed leopard, and merged it into the magic pattern black armor, the powerful demon raised one hand, and the dark red altar emerged again. This time, the blood baby sitting on the altar hesitated for a long time, before pointing out a direction. The great power demon's face darkened. He put away the altar, and slammed his palms into the wall of the passage beside him. After groping for a while, he pulled hard and pulled out a forbidden light chain. Then, blood light surged on the palms of the great power demon, and the forbidden light chain was quickly polluted, and the blood light spread rapidly to both ends. After a long time, the great power demon laughed grimly and disappeared in the blood light. After the great power demon was teleported away, the damaged bluestone passage here was slowly repaired under the effect of the Zushan Palace's prohibition. It was only quiet for more than half an hour, and the bluestone passage here lit up white light again. The two elders of Zingan walked out with solemn faces. "Brother, how could an ancient demon general appear in this Zushan Palace? Is there no record of it in the palace?" Junior brother Zingan said in panic. They were hiding in the dark to watch the battle just now, but they seemed to be discovered by the bloodlight in the end. Although the demon general did not come to kill him, he was still scared to death. "I have never heard of this, but perhaps the two saints will know. What on earth does the old demon Liudeo want to do? He dared to send his descendants to release the ancient demon general. Isn't he afraid of being planted with demon seeds and becoming a demon slave from now on?" Senior brother Zingan cursed the Six Paths Supreme Saint and then said with a gloomy face, "This matter is too big. We must return to Zingan to report to the two saints immediately, otherwise the Chaos Star Sea will usher in a catastrophe." In the soul nurturing wood treasure room, Yuan Yao and Han Li saw the bloodlight on the teleportation array, and their faces changed drastically. Without saying a word, they attacked together, trying to break the teleportation array. However, whether it was the blue thunder that was comparable to the infant fire, or the evil repelling divine thunder that was specifically designed to defeat demons, they could not completely eliminate the bloodlight. As soon as it was wiped out a little, it could recover, as if it was immortal. Han Li was very anxious at this moment. He didn't need to think about it to know that this must be the ancient demon that broke the seal mentioned by senior brother Luo. He placed his palms in front of him, wanting to draw more evil repelling divine thunder. However, after the battle with Zhu and Gu, he had very little of his exorcist thunder left, and then he used it to seal the blue ice flame. Now, there was really not a single drop left. Although detonating the blue bead wrapped in the exorcist thunder would surely destroy the ancient demon's pursuit, the treasure room was too small, and the three had no room to dodge. Detonating the blue bead would be suicide. For now, he and Yuan Yao could only delay as much as they could, so that brother Luo could successfully break the ban before the ancient demon came. Seeing that the teleportation array was about to be completely stained by blood, Yuan Yao, who had already used up all his blue thunder, shouted in panic, "Brother Luo, hurry up." Luo Hong cast the last spell with sweat all over his forehead, severing all connections between the forbidden light shield and the star shifting array, and immediately smashed it hard with his right fist, wrapped in blue spiritual light. The forbidden light shield shattered, and Luo Hong stretched out his hand to uproot the soul nurturing tree. Suddenly, the forbidden light of the Zushan Palace enveloped the three people. Almost at the same time as the bloodlight was surging, the figures of the three people disappeared in the treasure room. At the same time, on the sea surface dozens of miles away from the Zushan Palace, the figures of two men and one woman suddenly appeared in a group of white light. How too dangerous. Han Li felt that he had walked on the edge of life and death once, and now that he had escaped, the whole person seemed to be exhausted. Junior brother Han, be careful. Luo Hong's eyes, which had just relaxed, suddenly focused, grabbed Han Li's shoulders, and threw him behind him, and quickly offered the glare magic mirror to his chest. Han Li was shocked and looked back, only to see that the white light they had just teleported out had turned red, and a red demon arm stretched out from it, passing through the place where he had just stood, and knocked senior brother Luo away fiercely. "Miss Yuan, get out of there quickly." With the glare magic mirror protecting her body, Luo Hong was not injured by the hasty attack of the great powered true demon, and shouted to let Yuan Yao stay away from the teleportation point. Since the opponent has the ability to tear open the space, it is impossible for him to just sneak attack. Sure enough, when Yuan Yao hurriedly flew away, the red demon arm retracted, and was not afraid of the extremely sharp edge of the space crack, and grabbed it together with another demon arm. Then, the two demon arms suddenly exerted force, and incredibly propped up the space crack slowly. When the crack was expanded to a radius of about a foot, a face that was 8 points similar to the demon head was revealed. A pair of black-bottomed red eyes turned twice and stared at Luo Hong. It was me. Was it because of the demon bell drum or the demon hammer? Luo Hong thought about it and understood why he and others were found, even though they hid in the treasure room. After the demon and the man looked at each other, they each had an awakening. The powerful demon crushed the 2 yuanyings in his hands, sucked in his palm, and swallowed the lifelong cultivation of the 2 yuanying cultivators. In order to free up 2 hands and speed up the speed of opening the space crack. Although the nascent soul is a great tonic for the great power true demon, it is not easy for him to refine the nascent soul. It requires a lot of magic energy, which will reduce his current combat power. Therefore, when dealing with Manhusi and others, he would rather seal one arm. But at this moment, if the space crack is not opened as soon as possible, the cultivator who took the key magic weapon may escape. In addition, the weak aura of Luo Hong and the other 3 giant unstage cultivators made the great power true demon believe that, even if he sealed some of his cultivation, he could easily kill them. Luo Hong knew that he could not just leave, otherwise when this demon drilled out of the space crack, they would definitely not be able to escape his pursuit. So he did not hesitate to sacrifice a stolen magic weapon and tentatively attacked. Seeing this, Han Li also sacrificed 12 green bamboo cloud swords at once, performed the giant sword technique, combined into a huge green flying sword, and fiercely chopped down the demon hand that grabbed the edge of the space crack. The emerald green flying knife sacrificed by Luo Hong arrived first, and was about to cut the body of the great power true demon, but the demon kept grinning, and did not dodge. As soon as the green flying knife approached the space crack, it was deflected by the twisted space force. Before Luo Hong could adjust the direction, the bloodlight covering the space crack eroded the green flying knife. Luo Hong decisively cut off the connection with the flying knife, thus avoiding damage to the soul. With the previous experience, Han Li adjusted the direction of the slash, and the emerald green giant sword slashed down. The powerful real demon had a strong body, but he didn't want to resist the magic weapon, so he rolled up the bloodlight and wanted to pollute Han Leomo's flying sword. However, this time the powerful real demon chose the wrong opponent. Even if the magic weapon refined by the golden thunder bamboo exhausted the evil repelling divine thunder, it could not be easily polluted by the magic function. The bloodlight failed to block the giant sword, but Han Leomo had only been in the Dan formation for a few years, and the King's Hufeng giant sword had not been integrated with top spiritual materials such as refining crystals and Genjin. The power of the giant sword only made the powerful real demon feel a little pain, and it couldn't even break his skin. Han Li took back his flying sword with an ugly expression. The ancient demon's body had reached a level that was difficult to be injured by magic weapons. It was really amazing. With the bloodlight, ordinary magic weapons could not deal with this ancient demon. After Luo Hong tested this point, his mind turned quickly, looking for a way to deal with the enemy, and finally his eyes stayed on the bloodlight covering the space crack. This demon was so cautious that he had to make the space crack big enough before he was willing to lean over and drill through. He must be afraid of the cutting power of the space crack. Now he can force the crack to not hurt his palm, which should be entirely due to the magical power of the bloodlight. Although Luo Hong could not see the origin of the bloodlight, it could maintain the stability of the space crack, which must be related to the power of the restriction. Thinking of this, Luo Hong took out a talisman in each hand and threw it at the space crack. The power of the talisman exploded, which was not the 5-element magic that the powerful demon had expected. After a flash of light, the powerful demon suddenly felt a pain in his palm. It turned out that it was Luo Hong who cast the forbidden breaking talisman, which swept away the bloodlight covering the space crack. Although the surrounding bloodlight quickly rushed up and filled the gap, it still almost cut off one of the palms of the powerful demon. The powerful demon's eyes sank, and his murderous aura was restrained. This human cultivator actually had the means to break the blood forbidden divine light. If there were more than a dozen talismans, it would be troublesome. The powerful demon instinctively felt the threat, and the demonic energy surged, and the strength of his forearms increased greatly. Very good. The forbidden breaking talisman works. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with cold light, and his mind moved. Hundreds of animal skin talismans shot out from the treasure bag. Under his control, they surrounded him neatly like a school of fish. Break it for me. With a shout, the talisman flew towards the space crack like sharp arrows. The powerful demon was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed a crazy look. His forearm swelled and suddenly raised the space crack by 1 foot, and he was about to get out of it. At this time, hundreds of forbidden breaking talismans flew over and exploded almost in no particular order. The power of the talisman swept out like a wave, engulfing the entire space crack. Yuan Yao looked at the white light ball nervously. She knew that, if this ancient demon rushed out, she would probably die today. Han Li's forehead was sweating. Nearly half of his consciousness was placed on the Qianlun pearl in his body that was tightly wrapped by the evil repelling divine thunder, ready to sacrifice it at any time for the last fight. Roar. Unfortunately, before the white light ball dispersed, a shocking roar came from it, and then a circle of blood light exploded, blowing the three of them several feet away. The extreme pressure made the three of them a little breathless. Luo Hong looked closely and saw that, although the powerful true demon had drilled out of the space crack, it was only half out. The chest and abdomen below were cut off by the power of the space crack when it closed. However, the broken end was covered by a layer of blood light, so there was no demon blood gushing out and organs flowing out. Chapter 199, Fighting the Troll. Seeing the ancient demon being severely injured by being cut in half, Yuan Yao's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly felt that with the combined strength of the three of them, they could fight this demon. However, when the powerful demon's four fists touched each other, a ball of extremely dense blood light burst out, and half of his body expanded at a terrifying speed, and it did not stop until it grew to about 50 feet high. Then, the powerful demon roared and spread out his forearms, and the black armor draped on his body exploded with a bang, turning into countless soul-snatching flying spirits, circling above his head. Although it was daytime, Luo Hong and the other two felt that the sky was dark and the gloomy air was gloomy. Law of heaven and earth. Han Li was really shocked that this demon could still display such a great supernatural power with a seriously injured body. Junior brother Han, take Miss Yuan and leave quickly, Luo Hong said solemnly, flicking his sleeves and throwing out a yellowish stone tablet. Luo Hong didn't stay behind to cover the retreat because he wanted to be a hero. When he saw so many soul-snatching flying spirits, he knew that they were coming for the magic bell drum in his hand. Anyone can run, but he can't. Han Li took the stone tablet and saw it, and he knew what senior brother Luo meant. But thinking of his own blue bead, he gritted his teeth and threw the stone tablet to Yuan Yao. Miss Yuan, you retreat 200 miles away quickly. Han will stay and help senior brother. Yuan Yao's face changed, and she looked very entangled. Fortunately, her actual age was not like her appearance. Her rich experience prevented her from being driven by emotions and making the wrong choice. After taking a deep look at Luo Hong, who took the initiative to meet the sky-holding giant demon, Yuan Yao decisively turned around and flew away. Although Luo Hong was holding the Zhenhe Pearl and flying towards the great power true demon, her consciousness also paid attention to the movements of Han Li and Yuan Yao. Han Li's decision to stay surprised and touched him. Yuan Yao's departure did not make him feel disappointed. On the contrary, he felt a headache when no one ran away. The great power demon had no intention of stopping Yuan Yao, which made Luo Hong more certain that he was the other party's target. There is no way to avoid it, so I have to fight to the death. Luo Hong showed a resolute look. The Golden Palace Jade Book on his soul was his reliance. If he had the cultivation of the spirit transformation, he might be able to suppress the demon again with this treasure, but he was only a cultivator in the Jinden stage, so he had to plan something. The great power demon had lost half of his demon body and was extremely furious. He only wanted to kill Luo Hong, the instigator, and extract his soul to torture him for thousands of years. His four demon arms, which were dozens of feet long, waved, and the hurricane carried countless souls and spirits, surrounding Luo Hong from all directions. Han Li was about to meet up with senior brother Luo when he saw countless ghosts rolling in like waves, covering Luo Hong in an instant. Before Han Li could worry about Luo Hong, the silver light that slightly pierced his soul pierced the ghost shadow ball formed by the soul-catching flying spirits. The next moment, the ghost shadow ball surrounding Luo Hong burst out, and countless soul-catching flying spirits were annihilated under Luo Hong's silver spiritual pupils, that he exerted all his strength. Han Li couldn't help but be inspired, and flew forward at a faster speed. As soon as Luo Hong broke through the siege of the soul-catching flying spirits, he saw a huge palm pressing down from above his head at a very fast speed. This posture was like slapping a fly to death. Luo Hong's expression did not change. Just as he was about to use his means, he heard a buzzing sound behind him. Countless gold and silver beetles flew past Luo Hong and rushed directly to the giant hand of the powerful true demon. "Brother Han, be careful," Luo Hong reminded without looking back, and continued to fly closer to the powerful true demon. The demon arm that pressed down was now crawling with gold and silver beetles, biting the flesh of the powerful true demon frantically. The great demon didn't care at first, and continued to attack Luo Hong regardless of the insects, but the next moment he felt a stinging pain all over his arm. These golden and silver insects could actually bite his demon body. Although the speed was extremely slow, there were quite a few of them. The demon body was the foundation of the great demon, and he didn't want to lose more, since he had already lost half of it. So he stopped his attack, clenched his fist, and a shock burst out, knocking down many golden and silver beetles. However, the falling beetles woke up soon, shook their dizzy heads, and pounced on them again with great ferocity, causing the great demon to feel a stronger stinging pain. Realizing that the gold-eating insects were difficult to deal with, the great demon used the blood-forbidden divine light to protect this arm, and then turned his attention to his main target. The two demonic arms grabbed from both sides at the same time. The wind whistled in Luo Hong's ears, and his body was squeezed and hurt. He knew that after the opponent used the magical power of the law of heaven and earth, his strength was unimaginable. If he was hit head-on, even if he had the Zhenhe Pearl to resist, he would have no chance of survival. With a thought, the Wanbao bag suddenly gushed out a rolling torrent like a flood dam. A huge group of blood puppet flying ants flew out, split into two groups on the left and right, and pounced on the two grabbing demonic arms. As soon as the blood puppet flying ants appeared, the powerful demon showed a trace of surprise, and then became furious. Because he knew the power of his own magical power, he did not try to kill the blood puppet flying ants that were biting his two demonic arms, but bent his fourth arm and used the powerful demonic power. Under the rolling demonic energy, the aura of the powerful demon climbed to the peak, but the broken wound on his chest and abdomen also began to spit out large amounts of demonic blood due to the burden caused by the secret method. Luo Hong was locked by the huge suction force, and the whole person flew towards the fist of the great power demon, but there was no panic on his face. Humph, it turns out that it will affect the injury. I was wondering why he kept this move until now. Among the cultivators in the human world, Luo Hong is the one who knows the great power demon's power best. He has been waiting for the great power demon to use this move. At this moment, the three magic arms of the great power demon are locked, and one arm is performing the body refining secret method. It can be said that the door is wide open, and the timing is much better than Luo Hong expected. Due to the suction force, Luo Hong has now flown close to the great power demon, but he closed his eyes, as if he had given up resistance, and was ready to close his eyes and wait for death. "Brother Luo, what do you have in mind?" Han Li stared at Luo Hong from a distance. He always believed that Brother Luo had a way to deal with this demon, otherwise why would he rush to the demon by all means? The fact is just as he expected. When Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, a jade token emitting milky white light appeared in front of his eyebrows. In just a moment, Luo Hong's magic power was almost completely absorbed by the jade token. "Go." Luo Hong pointed, and the jade token flew to the top of the great power demon's head like a meteor. Countless silver runes were scattered, and then a huge green jade altar appeared, falling down like the sky falling. At the same time, several thick silver light chains suddenly appeared on the body of the great power demon, entangled his body, and extended to the green jade altar that was falling. As soon as the silver light chain appeared, the demonic energy rolling around the great power demon dissipated, and the secret technique he was performing was interrupted. His body trembled, and he vomited demonic blood, and his breath was 3 points weak. This is what Luo Hong planned. Demonic power is easy to backfire, and the great power demon's power can increase strength several times. It is an extremely domineering body refining secret method, and the consequences of backfire are naturally extremely serious. The body of the great power demon was too strong. Luo Hong asked himself that he and Han Lao had no means to really hurt him at present. The only way was to let him hurt himself. As soon as the seal and prohibition left by Gu Xiu on the Golden Palace Jade Book came out, the great power demon no longer held back. After a roar, the blood-forbidden divine light around his body surged wildly, fighting against the silver light chain that bound his body. He didn't care about the demon blood gushing from the broken waist and abdomen, and raised all four arms above his head. After a loud boom, a huge wave of green spiritual energy surged past, and the great power demon barely supported the virtual image of the green jade altar that fell down. After this shock, the gold-eating insects and blood puppet flying ants clinging to his demon arms fell like a rainstorm. Luo Hong had no time to care about the blood puppet flying ants at this time. After he sacrificed the jade card, he hurriedly took a drop of 10,000-year spiritual milk to quickly fill up the depleted golden elixir. He looked gloomily at the scene of the powerful demon fighting against the phantom of the green jade altar. Although the powerful demon seemed to be at a disadvantage, being suppressed and unable to move, and the lower body was gushing out demon blood, Luo Hong knew very well how strong the vitality of these ancient demons was, and it was not impossible for them to hold on for a few days and nights. Although the phantom of the green jade altar was a seal left by the ancient cultivators, and borrowed the spirituality of the golden jade book, it was driven by a cultivator in the middle stage of the giant stage. Luo Hong knew very well that with his own magic power, even with the help of the 10,000-year spirit milk, he could not outlast the powerful demon body that was so powerful that it was beyond the scope of the human world. Therefore, he used the magic power that had just been recovered and shot a beam of light into the milky white light ball above the phantom of the green jade altar. After receiving this beam of light, the phantom of the green jade altar suddenly changed. A black hole suddenly opened inside it, and the palm of the powerful demon that was supporting the bottom of the phantom of the green jade altar slowly sank into it. The silver light chains also extended into the black hole, pulling him towards it. This black hole was a space door that Luo Hong opened by connecting the restrictions on the jade card to the restrictions in the Zushan Palace. Originally, this door should be opened only after the demon was sealed, and the formed green jade altar would be sent back to the Zushan Palace. However, Luo Hong could not seal the powerful demon at the moment. In order to save his life, he had to send him back to the Zushan Palace so that he and Han Lao could have a chance to escape. As soon as the space door opened, the powerful demon felt bad. In his memory, the magic bell drum was the key to breaking the seal of the demon soul. In order to refine these two magic weapons, countless saints were sacrificed. Now there is no possibility of re-refining, so it must not be lost. With a change of mind, the powerful demon suddenly relaxed his resistance to the seal restriction, causing him to fall into a large part of the shadow of the green jade altar. His cheeks bulged, and a blood ball spurted out of his mouth. The blood ball was escaping at an extremely fast speed, and it suddenly exploded halfway, turning into a large blood curtain, leaving Luo Hong no chance to dodge, and was immediately wrapped up in it. The powerful demon laughed grimly, opened his mouth and sucked, and the blood ball wrapped around Luo Hong flew straight into his mouth. Chapter 200. Destroy the head. Brother Luo. Seeing that Luo Hong was about to be eaten by the great power true demon, Han Li was very anxious. He flipped his palm and took out a bead with golden arcs on the surface, with a look of great regret on his face. The great power true demon succeeded in one move, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. As long as he could take back the unsealed magic weapon and return to the Zushan Palace, it would be just what he wanted. This blood ball was transformed from his blood essence. Even a cultivator in the god transformation stage would find it difficult to escape, let alone a mere cultivator in the core formation stage. In a short time, this young man in the blood bowl will be refined. However, when the blood ball flew to the mouth of the great power true demon, his face suddenly changed, and a brilliant golden light split the blood ball like a sharp blade. With a loud eagle cry, a golden eagle spirit beast carrying Luo Hong flew out of the blood ball. After pulling away, a golden light flashed on its body, and in an instant it turned into a giant eagle with a wingspan of dozens of feet. The live eagle eyes were full of anger, and then a golden light shot out from the phoenix-shaped crystal at the center of its eyebrows, brushing against the head of the powerful demon, and then sweeping down. The powerful demon had not yet recovered from the shocking fact that his blood essence was broken and was illuminated by Zyojin's form-destroying golden light. He first felt a tingling sensation in his head, and then a strong pain came. Starting from the skin, the whole head collapsed layer by layer. After a few breaths, the instinctive consciousness of the powerful demon disappeared quietly. Zyojin, don't force yourself, it's enough. Luo Hong patted Zyojin lightly, asking him to stop urging the form-destroying golden light, to avoid damage to his essence. Although the head of the powerful demon disappeared after being brushed by the form-destroying golden light, when the form-destroying golden light was about to brush down again, it was blocked by a thick layer of blood light. The form-destroying golden light and the blood-forbidden divine light annihilated each other, making a rumbling sound, and for a while, no one could do anything to the other. Luo Hong knew the burden of driving the formless golden light on Zyojin. Seeing that the powerful demon was about to be teleported back to the Zushan Palace, she didn't want Zyojin to fight too hard. Zyojin cried twice in displeasure. Even if she was seriously injured, she wanted to completely destroy the monster in front of her that almost ate her master. But her master had spoken, so she had to stop her magical power. After losing his head, the powerful demon was obviously much more dull. Zyojin had obviously dispersed his magical power, but he continued to strengthen his bloodlight. As a result, his power to resist the prohibition of the green jade altar continued to weaken, and soon he was pulled into the space gate. The space gate closed, the shadow of the green jade altar dissipated, and the jade token flew back into Luo Hong's body with a milky white escape light. Without truly sealing this demon, Luo Hong's mission would not be completed. There is a time limit of 300 years, so there is no need to rush, Luo Hong thought secretly. The giant eagle that Zyojin transformed into shrank rapidly in a burst of golden light and turned into a golden ball as big as a human head. It flew to Luo Hong's shoulder, revealing the size of a young eagle. She had been sleeping for decades and was finally awakened by Luo Hong today. Although she was tired, she didn't want to go back to the spirit beast bag to sleep immediately. Brother Luo, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful spirit beast. Han Li flew over when he saw that the crisis was resolved and glanced at Zyojin curiously and was full of admiration in his heart. This golden eagle is so handsome, with the magical power of changing size, and can drive the extremely powerful golden light. It is really amazing. I don't know where Brother Luo got it from. Han Li thought of his blood jade spider that could not be advanced anymore, and his expression couldn't help but dim. Fortunately, Brother Luo helped him exchange it for a famous crying soul beast, so he was not too depressed. It's all thanks to junior brother Han's soul feeding pills. Otherwise Zyojin wouldn't have grown so fast. By the way, junior brother Han, do you still have this pill? Can you give me a few more bottles? Luo Hong asked with a smile, while collecting the blood puppet flying ants. Ahem. Junior brother has indeed been lucky enough to find some more pills for refining soul feeding pills in recent years, and has refined quite a few. Senior brother Luo, the talisman you used to break the bloodlight of the ancient demon is. Han Li was also opening his spirit beast bags and collecting gold eating bugs. After hearing what Luo Hong asked, his eyes turned and he said, Junior brother, this is a forbidden breaking talisman, which is a high-level intermediate talisman that I personally refined. It is very useful in breaking forbidden talismans. There are only 10 or so left. If you like it, take it. Luo Hong immediately understood the implication of Han Leomo's words and took out 12 animal skin talismans. This forbidden breaking talisman was originally only a primary high-level talisman, but as Luo Hong's cultivation level increased, the number of ancient silver runes he could leave on a piece of talisman paper increased, and the grades of the 3 functional talismans he deduced from the ancient text also rose accordingly. However, the intermediate high level is already the limit. If you want to reach the advanced level of talismans, which is the level suitable for Yuanying period cultivators, you can't just rely on ancient silver runes. It's okay. This is all the soul feeding pills on junior brother's body. I will use it to exchange for senior brother's talismans. Han Li's mind moved, and a ray of light spurted out of the storage bag on his waist, and 5 round jade bottles appeared in front of Luo Hong. Okay, it's so refreshing to trade with junior brother Han. Huh, what is that? Luo Hong had just handed the talisman to Han Lao when the blood puppet flying ant suddenly discovered something, and he immediately ordered the flying ant to bring the foreign object. Han Li looked curiously and saw a yellow light ball surrounded by several flying ants flying rapidly. Huh. This is the spirit of the mutant spirit beast of Manhuzi. How did it die? How did it end up here? The three-eyed leopard's unique ability to turn spiritual energy into stone left a deep impression on Han Li, so he recognized it at a glance. Haha, it's obvious that Manhuzi and his men also encountered the powerful true demon, and it seems that they suffered a great loss. Luo Hong thought about it for a while and guessed the whole story. The innate magical power is usually engraved on the spirit of the spirit beast. This three-eyed leopard is an extremely rare mutant spirit beast, and its spirit is extremely valuable for a search. Luo Hong took out a soul bottle and collected it. Han Li had plenty of demon spirits, so he didn't care about it. After looking at the dark red sea surface dyed by the devil's blood, he said, "Brother Luo, the ancient demon made a lot of noise. I'm afraid it won't be long before the immortal cultivators come. Let's leave quickly." Luo Hong nodded slightly. Han Lao was carrying the Zushianding and wanted to run away. He pretended to be the descendant of the 6 paths in the Zushian palace and played a lot of yuanying old monsters. The powerful demon was closely related to the 6 paths extreme saint. It was possible that these old monsters were chasing him now. So Luo Hong took out a 4-elephant moving talisman, sensed the location, and activated it. After the 4-color light flashed, he and Han Lao disappeared. Half a month later, Manhuzi, Wan Xianming and others, who looked a little embarrassed, gathered over the sea polluted by the devil's blood with gloomy faces. They didn't know what agreement they reached, but they stopped fighting. "Brother man, you have fought the most with that demon general. Do you know what kind of cultivation is needed to hurt him to this extent?" Although King Yuijashi had just chased Manhuzi, he spoke like a long-time friend. At that time, after they escaped, they did not spend much time in the treasure room to break the restrictions. As soon as they were teleported out, they saw the 4-armed demon using the great magical power of the law of heaven and earth to fight against people. Just as they were hesitating whether to stay or leave, they saw a green jade altar falling from the sky, suppressing the 4-armed demon, and then transferred to an unknown place. In the next few days, the 5 people came to the sea area ravaged by the 4-armed demon one after another. After searching and communicating, they deduced that this demon should be one of the legendary 6 true demons, and also one of the 6 demon generals who invaded the Chaos Star Sea in ancient times. Man, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, had no power to resist him. Even a great cultivator of the late stage of the nascent soul, without any valuable treasures in hand, would not be able to defeat this demon general alone. And the possibility that there are many great cultivators passing by here is extremely low. Therefore, man believes that the scene we saw that day was the forbidden magical power of the Zushan Palace. Manhuzi rarely shouted loudly and said in a deep voice, "Humph. Since the demon general has the ability to break free from the seal, how could he be easily controlled by the restrictions of the Zushan Palace again? We all saw it that day. Those indestructible walls and ground of the restrictions were like thin paper in front of him." Wan Xianming's expression was cold. The scene of him killing the old farmer in black was seen by many people. Xian Wuzi, who was originally close to him, stood far away at this moment. He would have troubles when he returned. "Oh. Sect Master One has another opinion?" Manhuzi looked at this hypocrite sarcastically. Even ordinary cultivators who have reached the late nascent soul stage cannot deal with the ancient demon generals, but as long as they have the void heaven cauldron in their hands, even a giant unstage cultivator may be able to do it. Who knows, the ancient cultivators may have left the void heaven cauldron in the human world, just to suppress the ancient demon generals. It is very likely to have a miraculous effect when used to deal with the ancient demon generals. Wan Xianming said with a sullen face, staring at Manhuzi and Ji Yin. "Master One, what do you want to say?" Feeling the strong hostility, Ji Yin frowned and said in a bad tone, "This sect master wants to remind you all Before we met the ancient demon general, we sensed the movement of the Zushunding being lifted. I'm afraid that among the few giant and juniors who stayed in Hanlate at that time, someone had taken out the Zushunding while we were away. Among them, Brother Man's beloved nephew is the most suspicious. After all, it was Brother Man who led us out of Hanlate. Wan Qianming poured a basin of dirty water on Man Hughes's head, with the intention of causing public anger, and besieging him again. Bah. It's obviously the two descendants of Liu Dao and Sanayang who are the most suspicious of their great-grandfathers. You, the great sect master one, have to push it onto the head of the great master man. What is your intention? Could it be that the leader of the Cheyenne Luo sect, a dignified and righteous sect, has some connection with our two fellow Taoists of the demon sect? Man Hughesy was not a pushover, and he put a hat on Wan Qianming with his backhand. Although he said so, after being reminded by Wan Qianming, the first people the five old monsters suspected were indeed Luo Hong and Yuan Yao. But think about it, if this is true, then it was the two of them who released the demon general, pretended to help take the treasure, and actually took the treasure. Everyone was in their calculations. How much wisdom is needed to do this? The five Yuan old monsters all thought it was unlikely, and decided to wait in the sea area around the Zushan Palace, and wait for half a month after the Zushan Palace returned, and teleported everyone out, and then find out the truth. Man Hughesy was more thoughtful. He did have a conspiracy with Zuangu against the Zushanding, so what he suspected most in his heart was whether the old ghost Zuangu had fooled him, and whether he had already rolled up the ding and escaped. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.